We welcome you to U.S. Cellular Field as the Sox embark on a 10-game, 9-day homestand, opening with one of three against the Houston Astros before the AL Central contenders come into town. Thanks for joining us once again. Jason Benetti, Steve Stone along with you. Last we saw the Houston Astros, they were falling in the division series to Kansas City 3-2. Currently, the Astros have fallen on hard times.
They've really struggled. It's been just about every aspect of the game. So let's take a look at what happened last year, which was awfully good. What's happening this year? As you can see, the records are reversed. Now, the batting average is higher this year, but home runs given up, well, as you can see, not quite as many. However, look at the ERA, 4.67 as opposed to 3.5, and home runs allowed, well, it hasn't been particularly good, and they've really suffered up and down the rotation. Last year for Houston, this was a good rotation. This year, they've scuffled.
Well, the stopper, Dallas Keuchel, has not had the same type of success as we saw from him last year.
So far early, it's been Cy Young to sayonara. This year, he's really struggled, hasn't done anything right. And we'll take a look at the record, we'll take a look at the home runs given up, and so far, he hasn't kept the ball in the ballpark, which for a sinker baller is most unique. This is a guy with great stuff, and last year winning 20 games, everything was absolutely letter perfect for him this year. But take a look at the disparity, 5-0 last year, 2-5 this year. The ERA, otherworldly last year, this year it's just been out of sight. Hits, many more, walks, he's walked many of them, and then strikeouts about the same, but he's not a strikeout pitcher, so he's got to keep the ball down. And let's take a look at head-to-head. Career against our Sox, Keuchel's been pretty good. The ERA of 2.30 in 4 starts. Against the Astros, Carlos Rodon's been very good. 2 starts, 1-0 ERA, .73. So, a big homestand coming up. Jason told you about that. This is a big one for the Sox. They came off the road 2-4 in the last trip.
They're still 10 games over 500 with the largest lead in the division in the American League. The only division lead, actually. Other two divisions have a tie at the top. So, Sox and Astros on the way. First pitch coming shortly. Chicago White Sox baseball is brought to you by Miller Lite, the original light Pilsner. Cheers. It's Miller time. Honda. Start something special with a great deal on a Honda, now at your Honda dealer. Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. Ford. America's best-selling brand 6 years running. Inviting you to check out our fuel-efficient lineup at your local Ford store or at localfordstores.com. And by your Chicago and Northwest Indiana Hyundai dealers. Test drive their all-star lineup today. Visit buyhyundai.com. Back to U.S. Cellular Field, game 1 of 3 between the Sox and the Astros for the first time this season on a chilly Tuesday evening. Thanks for joining us. And the Sox have used Miguel Gonzalez the last couple of turns through the rotation as the 5th starter. And General Manager Rick Hahn has liked what he's seen.
We've had a chance to win all 3 of the games. We've won 2 of them, and he left the 3rd one while we were winning. Obviously, his command wandered from him a little bit more than we would hope, but we also realized that we've given him 3 extremely difficult assignments at Toronto, at Texas, and at Yankee Stadium. He's a professional, like the mix of pitches, like the movement on his pitches, need to harness a little bit with the command a little bit better to let him go deeper in games, but we're looking for him to give us a chance to win, and he's done that 3 out of 3 times so far.
Number 1, tremendous jacket for Rick Hahn. Number 2, what do you make of the 5th starter situation?
I think the 5th starter is up for grabs. However, the best thing about what's happening with Gonzalez is they're currently handing him the baseball. Anytime they do that in the major leagues, you can win a job, and they're handing him the baseball because at this point, they believe he's the best man for that job. He's going to tell them if they're right or wrong, and if he throws the ball like he has in spots, he should be okay, but he's got to be letter perfect with his control, and he's got to get that curveball over the plate.
If the rotation stays the same, Sox fans will get to see the first home start for Miguel Gonzalez during this turn at U.S. Cellular Field. We'll toss out the ball coming next. Definition is brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. The Astros are in town. They are 9 games under. They're 7 games out after a postseason run last year. And Houston overall hitting .233 as a group. That's 27th out of 30 in Major League Baseball against the 4th best ERA team of the White Sox at .317. Still the best in the American League despite a rough and tumble road trip for the bullpen. As we'll take a look at the starting lineup for the Astros. Career .307 hitter Jose Altuve at the top, then George Springer and Carlos Correa, tremendous young shortstop. Gaddis back from Double-A, Colby Rasmus, Marwin Gonzalez, then White, Castro, and Marisnick with Carlos Gomez going on the disabled list today.
Let's take a look at how Robin's going to line up the defense. Behind Carlos Rodon, it's Melky Cabrera, Austin Jackson, Adam Eaton in the outfield. With Tyler Saladino, Jimmy Rollins, Brett Lawrie, Jose Abreu in the infield, Deandre Navarro behind the plate, and Carlos Rodon on the hill. He's looking for win number 2, his ERA a touch below 5. Opponent's batting average a little higher than he would like at .282. And 40 strikeouts in 39 2/3 innings. That's good, but he's had a hard time keeping the ball in the ballpark with 6 home runs given up. The umpires for the game tonight: behind the plate, Tony Randazzo, Dan Bellino at first, Adam Hamari is at second, and Tom Hallion is at third. So you probably looked at Tyler Saladino at third and wondered where Todd Frazier was. Jason, you have an update.
Todd is ill. He has the flu.
Flu-like symptoms?
Well, he's got the actual flu.
Oh, he does. Okay.
Yeah. Not the boogie-woogie flu, the regular flu that people from Jersey may get. So he is out today, available to pinch hit, we're told by Robin Ventura. He will not start. Saladino in, and off we go. Game 1 of a 10-game homestand.
This fellow here is awfully good. The guy leading it off for the Astros.
And he swings at the first pitch. Altuve does. Strike one from Rodon. Jose Altuve, top 10 in the majors in batting average, on base percentage, and slugging percentage. Couple-time All-Star now, and one of those guys you want to keep off the base path.
Well, the fact now is that he's hitting the ball out of the park. He's at 9 home runs, and that's been surprising. And quite obviously, you're not going to get too many pitches up in the zone called on him, because I believe he would be called a generous 5'6". I think he might be a touch below that, but he's a terrific player.
Up in the zone is a very small place for the 5'6" Altuve.
I love that pitch because Carlos Rodon threw a straight change. The third pitch of the ball game, something he hasn't been doing.
Yeah, the changeup percentage has been down overall this year for Rodon. Why do you think that is?
I think because he doesn't have enough confidence in it, and it wasn't like Chris Sale. He came to the major leagues with a changeup, just didn't use it because he came out of the bullpen. But he always had it.
Down low, 3-2.
So for Carlos, it's a work in progress, and he's got to get confidence. When he does, it's going to be a big weapon for him because of that hard slider.
That's strike three, and down goes Altuve, just his 20th strikeout of the year.
He got surprised with a backdoor breaking ball. It was on the outside corner, a perfect pitch. You see where Navarro wants it? That's exactly where Carlos got it. It had the whole plate at 87, so this wasn't just a get-me-over slider. That was his put-away velocity, which is anywhere from 87 to 89.
So one down for Springer, who's on a 5-game hit streak. The Astros lost 3 out of 4 to the Red Sox, the hottest hitting team in baseball. And that started when they were here at U.S. Cellular Field a couple of weeks ago.
The Red Sox can hit up and down their lineup as you take a look at A.J. Hinch, who had a stint with the Arizona Diamondbacks his first go-round. I talked with A.J. about that.
Second base, Brett Lawrie for round number 2. What did A.J. say, pray tell?
He was talking about the fact that he was 34 years old when he got that job, and he said it wasn't like he wasn't prepared emotionally for it, although he was a young man. He came out of the front office and he went down, and some of the players were older than he was, and he said that he didn't have any type of experience to fall back on. But for him, it was a great learning experience. Right now, he's a better manager than he's ever been. Last year, he had a ball club that did a whole lot of things right. This is going to be a test for A.J. as well as the ball club because they got off so slowly. Now they're going to have to see what each and other are made of.
7-17 in the month of April as Correa, 21-year-old, takes a ball low. I go back to what Joe Madden told us in spring training before that first game we did. He said he relied on some of the mistakes he made as a manager in the minor leagues and wouldn't trade that for anything.
Well, that's why he said that the route that he took was a route that he thinks guys should take. Now we're seeing the trend where you manage now, you've never managed any place else, and you get your first shot in the major leagues. There's nothing bad about that. In fact, for the guy, it's terrific. But what you don't have is a backlog of everything that could possibly go wrong. Because it's not the good things you got to worry about. When things go wrong and you handle the situation in the minor leagues, when it comes up again, you've already seen it.
1-2 fouled off by Correa, part of the new breed of tall shortstops.
He's as good as there is, and talking to just about everybody, and not just from the Astros, all over baseball, they will tell you that Carlos Correa has as much talent as anybody in the game.
He strikes out, so Rodon bookend strikeouts of Altuve and Correa, and a clean top of the first. 53 as a group, and the lineup is different tonight with Todd Frazier out with the flu. Eaton, Rollins, Abreu, the usual. Avi Garcia jumps into the 4 spot with 10 knocked in his last 15. Then Cabrera, Laurie, Austin Jackson, Navarro, and Tyler Saladino back at third, where we have seen him some in the past.
Take a look at the defense. It's Rasmus, Marisnik, and Springer in the outfield with Gonzalez, Correa, Altuve, and White in the infield. Jason Castro, pretty good catcher behind the plate. Dallas Keuchel, a struggling Cy Young Award winner on the hill, on for his 9th start. His ERA above 5.5.
He's allowed at least 5 earned runs in 4 of his last 5 starts.
What's happened this year is the velocity's been down. He doesn't have near as much sink on the sinker, and his location hasn't been there.
He's given up so many more home runs per fly ball. It's about 15% of the fly balls he's allowed have been home runs this year. And sometimes that's bad luck. Sometimes it speaks to something else.
That one right off the leg of Eaton. Well, first of all, he shouldn't be giving up a lot of fly balls in the first place, because when he was right last year, what a sinker ball does, folks, is it comes in, it moves at the last second. That late movement takes a hitter off the pitch. They hit the top of the baseball, they beat it right into the ground. Wasn't unusual for Keuchel to throw 18, 19 ground balls a game. But this year it's been just the opposite.
That ball's laced to shortstop, and Correa is there on it for out number 1.
Now, there's one example. When a sinker baller does not get the ball to sink, he gives up line drives. This happens to be his slider, and it's hit in the air, and a nice play by Correa, who's an excellent shortstop to go with all of those offensive tools, and he can steal a base for you, which is a pretty good attribute.
So Keuchel against Jimmy Rollins now with 1 out in the home first. Sox came into the night with a 4.5 game lead in the Central. What they're dealing with right now, though, is the Indians playing the closest team, Cleveland, being 4.5 back. The Indians are playing the Cincinnati Reds, who seem not terribly well equipped for our national pastime currently.
Yeah, Cincinnati's elected not to play this one. They've got 1 hit through 6 innings and currently trailing 12-0. But it's early yet.
It's Danny Salazar tonight, who's thrown very well for Cleveland. 2-1 on Rollins, who's hitting .236.
Rollins has been a much better hitter from the right side this year, hitting .529 as a righty as opposed to .180 as a lefty.
9 out of 17 against left-handed pitching so far.
And they have the shift on, and usually what happens when you get 2 strikes on a hitter, the shift now starts to become almost a normal defense as Altuve moves straight away second.
Floated to center, and Marisnik for out number 2. Let's tell you about our picks to click for tonight. Jim Angio, John Walgren, and our entire crew go with Tyler Saladino. Austin Jackson for you tonight, and I've got Brett Laurie. He seems ready for a breakout evening. What do you think?
Well, I think the offense got to take advantage of a struggling Dallas Keuchel, because normally he's very tough to hit, but early in this season it's been just the opposite.
5th-year major leaguer now, made his debut in 2012 out of the University of Arkansas by way of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Dallas Keuchel and his large beard. Abreu pops it foul, 1-1.
Abreu had a very good pitch to hit. That was right down the middle at 88 miles an hour. So there's the career numbers. Now, bear in mind, a lot of his career was played for a Houston team that was less than spectacular. So 43-40 is actually pretty good. 9 complete games and 108 starts and a 3.72 ERA. He should be reaching his peak years.
Down and out for a 1-2 count on Abreu, who's got a hit in 5 straight. The turnaround really happened for Dallas Keuchel after his 2nd season in the majors. He had an ERA over 5 the first 2 years. That dropped to .293 in 2014. Abreu, right center field. Marisnik on the hunt, and he has the final out of the 1st inning. No base runners so far on a chilly night in Chicago. 10-game, 9-day homestand starting tonight on a 52-degree evening at U.S. Cellular Field. Steve Stone, Jason Benetti, our entire crew, we welcome you in. Thanks for joining us and making you a part of your Tuesday evening along with us, and us a part of your Tuesday evening.
What happened to spring while I was gone?
Spring unsprung while you were in Arizona, where it was 250 degrees.
Actually wasn't bad yesterday, and much to my surprise today. Jackets once again.
Bono strikes to Evan Gattis. He had a ground ball, gets through with the shift on. Gattis back from Double-A Corpus Christi as a leadoff single. Come out to U.S. Cellular Field on select Fridays during the season and get 2 outfield reserve tickets and 2 food or drink items for just $49. Each ticket you purchase includes $8 in bonus bucks, and that's more than enough to cover your first soda, beer, hot dog, or sausage. Visit whitesox.com/first for more information or to order yours today.
Gattis typical of what's happened to all of these Astros. Last year, 27 and 88 on the power numbers, and this year, 1 and 7, those same power numbers.
Colby Rasmus, the hitter, who has gone quiet in the power department as well. His last home run was April 24th.
He's very strong and he can hit it out any part of the ballpark, but he prefers to try to pull the ball if he can.
Like that.
Yeah, I think you see by that swing that he likes the ball down and he would prefer it middle away if he had a choice. He's a very good outfielder, very accurate arm.
Former St. Louis Cardinal, among others. Toronto Blue Jay as well. Takes now 2-1 from Rodon.
Against the Sox, Colby Rasmus hasn't done a whole lot. He has hit 5 home runs, however. That's in 27 games. He can hit him a long way. He's got about the same swing just about each and every pitch.
Broken bat, center field. Jackson squeezes out number 1. Well, last we saw you at home, the Sox were playing a Twins team that was well changed from the last time we saw Minnesota. The Astros today are a much different team, as even compared to the beginning of this road trip. They've sent Preston Tucker to AAA. They designated catcher Eric Kratz for assignment. So A.J. Hinch is introducing himself to guys like Colin Moran and a young outfielder by the name of Tony Kemp by way of Vanderbilt.
They brought Tony Kemp up, I believe, so he could relate to Altuve. They're both around 5'5½". And Kemp has great speed, can really hit the ball, won't hit it out of the park like Altuve, but I think he can steal a base late for him. I think that's what they have in mind and play him on occasion. He can swing the bat pretty well, always has in the minor leagues, so he's found himself a major league player.
To your point, David Price, who's a friend of Kemp through the Vanderbilt connection, tweeted, I think it was yesterday, "I want to know who's actually taller, Altuve or you," referring to Kemp.
I don't think either will hit 5'6" anytime soon, but look, if you can swing the bat like Altuve can swing it, you could be 4'2" and still be able to play. I mean, Dustin Pedroia has an MVP somewhere at the Homestead in Arizona, so you don't have to be a big man to be successful. And this man at bat is a terrific defender. Marwin Gonzalez is. Fouled the ball off his foot. They didn't think he'd be able to play, but here he is.
One of those super utility guys. Has played the outfield, has played the infield for them at third base tonight.
There's a very good chance that he's got the strongest arm on the field, which includes the outfielders. Although you can make a case for Marisnick and Springer.
3-0 on Gonzalez. Strike 1. Well, last we saw Carlos Rodon, he was pitching in that game down in Texas, the 13-11 final score for the Rangers. Part of that 2 of 3 in the win column for Texas. To third, Saladino's first chance goes off his body, and 2 on, 1 out.
As we've seen many times, playing third base completely different than short. You don't have as much time. That time, Tyler let the ball play him. Pretty much had a choice on this one, which is to come in and try to smother the hop, or to move back a little bit and try to get it on the long hop and just take one. A little more experience, and he realizes that Evan Gattis is running at first base. That would have been a tough one for two because it was an in-between hop. If you take one step back, you get to force at second. Now you got 2 outs and a man at first. Instead, E5, 2 on, 1 out.
There's Tyler White, 25-year-old first baseman, who takes a ball low. 1-0. Saladino, most of his experience at third base defensively has come in the majors. Just 5 games in the minors at third base career, but 60 of them, now 61, here in Chicago. A rare error
I don't
for
think
the Sox.
This is not going to be a long stint not playing for Todd Frazier. Now, young left-hander is going to have to pitch his way out, and White literally slugged his way onto the ball club in spring training.
Strike 2-1.
He started out hitting the ball exceptionally well. Then all of a sudden the advanced scouts kind of got to him, and lately he's been slumping a bit. Does not have good speed. Double play will yield 2. A ground ball will yield a double play.
Say double play normally.
Yields 2.
You know, sometimes though you see that double play that only gets you 1. It ruins your afternoon.
It does that.
2 and 2
I know
on
it's
White.
killing my night.
Sox math comes to the 4th inning.
Okay. We got a new prize, by the way.
We're very excited about it.
Oh, yeah.
Close pitch, 3 and 2 on White.
Backdoor breaking ball just missed off the corner.
Jason Castro, 29-year-old catcher, suddenly the elder statesman in the lineup for the Astros, coming next. Runners hold, strike 3.
One of the things that White did in spring training, and it was unbelievable. Watch this action to this pitch. Now, he jumps back. Okay, I'll buy that maybe it was a touch high, but it was over the middle of the plate. And moving back away from everything that's even remotely on the inner third is not going to get you a whole lot of calls.
When was the last time you saw The Matrix? You ever see The Matrix? When Keanu Reeves.
I think I had it on 8-track.
No, The Matrix, not the 8
Oh,
tracks.
I see. Yeah, no, I didn't see it.
Keanu Reeves' character, he's dodging bullets, and he looked quite a bit like Tyler White there.
It's kind of an unusual way to avoid a pitch, but he didn't get the benefit of the call.
Castro with an 0-1 count as White mulls it over in the dugout. And 0-2. Well, you mentioned Rodon pitching over the error. This is all you can do, what he's done so far.
Keep your concentration. You have to forget about what happened. Deal with what you have, and what he has is an 0-2 count and a lefty-lefty matchup.
Gonzalez at first, Gattis at second. Inside, 1 ball, 2 strikes. The Astros have struck out well more than anybody else in Major League Baseball. Entering play today, 387 strikeouts, 25 more than the 29th place Padres.
Did a whole lot of that last year also, but they got spectacular pitching.
1-2 to left field, and Cabrera has to play it on a hop. They wave around Gattis, throw to the plate, gets away, and it's 1-0 Houston.
That one looked like it took an unusual hop because Navarro didn't see it. Looks like they had a shot as this fastball down the middle is taken opposite way. It's run batted in number 8. And Melky normally will make a good solid throw. Oh, that ball caromed off of Gaddis. That's what happened. So I think they do have a shot at him, but it hits the left side of Gaddis and then caroms away. Unfortunately, Rodon was backing it up. Nice play.
1 strike to Jake Marisnick. Sometimes you do see pitchers not in position there. That ends up being a much more damaging play.
It's another run and another runner in scoring position, possibly third if that ball gets away.
You talk about it all the time, extra pitches for a pitcher in an inning, and Rodon has ended up in that scenario now.
Well, the one error, can't do anything about it. It's a physical error. You just have to try to pitch over it, and after looking bad on sliders, he got a fastball, and Castro turned it into a base hit.
Saladino with the ball off his person from Marwin Gonzalez, who is currently at third base. Castro at first, and a 2-1 count on Marisnick, who's still looking for his first hit against a lefty this year. 2-2.
You don't hear a lot about Marisnick because he doesn't get a chance to play all that often, and he's had a career where he's been up and down quite a bit. However, defensively, he's probably in the same area as Kevin Kiermaier of Tampa Bay, and he won a Gold Glove in center field last year. Marisnick is awfully good defensively.
Checked his swing. He did not go, says the first base umpire Dan Bellino. 3-2.
We'll take another look. It's a good hard slider, and that's right on the borderline. Dan Bellino said he didn't swing, and you could buy the call either way.
Three-two. Right back to Rodon, who snares it and takes it pretty close to Abreu for out number 3. But an unearned run for Houston on the Castro RBI single. It's 1-0 Stros. Castro RBI single. And we'll see Avi Garcia, Melky Cabrera, and Brett Lawrie coming up. The Astros have been great at getting on the board first this season. Second most runs in the first 2 innings, but they've been giving it right back, Steve Stone.
But this pitching staff has been generous all year, and as you can see, they're at the bottom, allowing 64 runs in the first 2. So they didn't allow any in the first, but this pitching staff, in its entirety, is third from the bottom. 4.67 ERA combined in 39 games.
See if Avi Garcia swings at the first pitch. About 43% of the time this year he's done that. And he does here on a bouncing ball to shortstop for Correa. And there's out number 1. I've been sitting next to you for a month, and now I'm starting to get the vibe. how to guess things correctly. One down, and we remind you that Sox fans, you can join us this Thursday, May 19th, as the White Sox take on the Houston Astros at 7:10. First 10,000 fans receive a free Milkman t-shirt presented by Prairie Farms and North Star Frozen Treats. Purchase your tickets today, whitesox.com, or call 866-SOX-GAME.
We will have another shot of that Milkman t-shirt because we have it decorating our prize shelf. Let's take a look at that first pitch by Keuchel, and we'll explain what a sinker baller wants you to do. Look at the location. This pitch is out of the zone, away. And what a sinker baller would love you to do is to try to pull that ball, because if you do, you ground to the left side. You either take that back through the middle or try to shoot it to right field. Now he got over the top, harmless ground ball.
1-2 on Melky Cabrera. So, with a guy like Dallas Keuchel, what's your approach pitch number one?
Take that pitch right back off the mound, because what he's trying to do is throw you on the outer third down and get you to try to pull it. If you do that, especially if the pitch is down, normally it doesn't end well for you. And all of last year, as he was going 20-8, he did that, and he did it successfully. The problem with Keuchel this year is the fact that he hasn't been able to throw that sinker lone away when he's wanted to, and hitters have just taken a whole lot of advantage of it. You finish a year, you look at the numbers that he had last year, you finish a year where you're 20-8, an ERA under 2.5, 2.48 in 33 starts. It's a magnificent season.
Cy Young stuff.
Yeah.
You would know. Correa at shortstop. 2 away.
Take a look at these numbers and bear in mind he was in a tough ballpark to pitch, and that was Minute Maid Park in Houston. 20-8, we talked about the ERA just below 2.5. 232 innings with 216 strikeouts. Again, as a sinker baller, you usually pitch to contact, but he struck out about 8.6, 8.7 minutes per 9 innings. That's absolutely amazing.
Credit, by the way, to copy editor Joe Grube for the headline Dallas, Texas there on the graphic. 1 strike to Brett Lawrie, who's got a hit in 8 of his last 10.
Big news all over was Dallas Keuchel last year. It wasn't surprising he was a good pitcher. It was surprising that he was a great pitcher, and Houston expects more of the same this year, and it's still early enough where he can turn it around and be very good once again.
2-1. I mean, one starter can do that. I mean, you look at what Chris Sale's done for the Sox to open this season, going 8-0 out of the chute. That turns your record over, right?
If you can do that, what you do normally is you stay out of that bullpen, which is something that every team is trying to do, and Houston's had their problems with that.
Right field and deep. Springer back, still going at the track. He hauls it in. Brett Lawrie gave it a ride and cannot become the Sox' first base runner of the evening. Still 1-0 after 2. Astros 1, Sox nothing. First place, Chicago White Sox leading at least currently by 4.5 games in the AL Central, with the Indians scheduled to come to town later on this homestand. Rodon to Altuve, and Jimmy Rollins tracks it down for out number 1.
One of the things Altuve's doing this year, unlike last year, is he's cut down his swings out of the strike zone. Last year, he was wiped out on a third of those tough sliders and breaking balls down. This year, swinging at a quarter of them, and it adds to that batting average. But I think the surprising number, as most people would tell you, is the power numbers. Absolutely, power numbers as big as the big guys.
17 doubles coming into this game.
In a remarkable year when you consider you also have to worry about him on the base paths, because he will steal a bag.
Up the middle, Laurie is on it. 2 gone. 3 pitches for 2 out for Rodon. White Sox fans, vote now for your favorite moments and milestones from the first 25 years of U.S. Cellular Field. Head-to-head matchups run through May 19th, and the defining moment will be revealed during a homecoming weekend presented by the Village of Bedford Park, May 20th through the 22nd. That's coming up now.
It is.
Visit whitesox.com/USCF25 to vote today. Nice to see people keeping score out in the crowd. It's a good way to learn the game.
Nice to see people at the ballpark. This is going to be a very long homestand. Nine days, 10 games, a doubleheader with Cleveland.
You're already tired of me? Is that what you're saying?
No, actually, I've certainly enjoyed the fact that you have bequeathed me, as it appears in looking, and I'm not, a tremendous judge of this, but about 85% of the heater.
Yeah.
The space heater, which is very nice.
He's got a sizable chunk of the heater. Right center field base hit for Correa, and he's on with 2 out.
Correa hits this one very hard, and one of the things that Carlos had trouble with, and it's somewhat surprising, but not for young pitchers. In Texas, we saw it a few times. He would get the first 2 guys out, no out, nobody on, and then have a hard time closing down the inning. And I think with experience, he's going to be able to do that a lot better than he does it now.
How about this? 1 pitch to get it? You like that?
Yeah, I like it a lot.
Rodon will take it 2. 1 left for the Astros. 1-0 after 2.5.
time for the Subway third inning triple play promotion. Text Subway 3 to 97999 right now, and the 300th texter will win a $30 gift card to Subway restaurants in the Chicagoland area. Subway, fresh is what we do.
Sounds good right about now.
I could use one of those spicy Italians. Speaking of that, Mr. Benetti, sorry, that's kind of a segue.
Tonight on kind of a segue. It's a strike to Jackson, who's a 7-hitter in the lineup today with Frazier out.
By the way, just to remind you, this is Layla and Larry and Bob the Dog's Pick to Click.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
You just saw your hounds?
Yeah, I didn't see
in
Larry.
Arizona?
He's in the
Well,
big kennel in the sky, but the other two, yeah.
that's where all dogs go, I was told.
The big kennel in the
heaven.
sky? Yeah, let's hope so.
1-2 for Jackson. Downstairs 2-2. Dallas Keuchel last year, May 30th, provided the only win for the Astros against the Sox last year. It was a complete game shutout in a 3-0 final as Austin Jackson has turned it on. And he takes ball 3.
Keuchel selected in the 7th round of the 2009 June draft. There you look at that special performance. 11 strikeouts, nary a walk.
Strike 3, good location. First strikeout for Dallas Keuchel. And 7 in a row retired to open the game.
Everything away the entire at bat, and then he throws it on the inner portion of the plate. It's down. And so in the early part of the game, the biggest problem Keuchel has had is making the ball sink. It is sinking a bit now.
2 ground ball outs, a strikeout, and 4 in the air as he gets a strike to Navarro, Sox catcher tonight.
A sinker baller normally is most vulnerable in the first and sometimes the second inning because of a lot of adrenaline he'll have and throwing harder than he will throw later on. To illustrate that, everything hit in the air in the first inning. But the last 4 hitters, 3 have been in the infield, one being the strikeout, a couple of ground balls, 6-3, and then the flyout.
Late decision and a foul ball for Navarro, who's 1 for 6 career against the left-hander Dallas Keuchel. Well, this is a bullpen currently that you want to get into. The Astros have struggled to get people out the back end of games this year. Ken Giles hasn't been exactly what they expected coming over from Philly as Navarro twirls into a second straight strikeout.
Well, radical departure last year from the year before. The year before, this team was woeful. They were 51 and 111. And last year, 86 and 76. So when you have that kind of turnaround, you expect, if not great things, certainly a bit better things in the next year, being this year. And that's why the disappointment so far. Because a lot of people picked the Astros to win. They haven't been competitive quite yet.
Ball no strikes on Saladino, who's hit it 4 straight. Well, we've seen the numbers. The Astros just can't beat the Rangers right now, and that's not going to help in the division.
No, the Rangers are awfully tough, and one of the things that Tyler would like to think about doing is bunting on Gonzalez. He's got a bad foot.
And he's back at third, 1-1. That's a lot of space.
He's given him, if he lays down the bunt, he's given him the hit.
So if you just joined us, Saladino getting the start with Todd Frazier out with the flu. Correa has made 4 plays in the field of the 9 outs. First time through the order, no base runners against Dallas Keuchel. New items on our prize shelf tonight. Take it away, Steve Stone.
Well, we do, and what we've added is a baseball, and we're going to tell you a little bit about the man who signed it. His name is Gene Honda. For those of you not familiar, you will know a little bit more. And of course, our watchdog is still there watching. You can't have the watchdog, but you can have the Rubik's Cube, or a White Sox hat, or the plush Abreu, and a statue and a number of other things.
Or the Milkman shirt, too. Those
You
are
can
nice.
have that,
Coming up
and
Thursday.
I will also dig into my bag of tricks behind me and sign an Altoids for you if you so choose.
Well, we need to get the Altoids line together because there have been many requests for those.
Yeah.
We need to put that together.
Well, Gene Honda is the PA voice of the White Sox, the Blackhawks, the University of Illinois football, and the Final Four, the NCAA men's basketball Final Four. Well, Gene was kind enough to sign a baseball for us, and you know, they actually are going like hotcakes.
How fast do hotcakes go?
Well, so far a lot faster because this is the first. This is the first Gene Honda autographed baseball that we have on our prize show.
And you never know if it's going to be the last, too, as Rasmus goes down swinging for out number 1.
That was a good hard slider. In fact, probably the best that Carlos has thrown. 89 miles an hour. He kept this ball low and away. Rasmus, at least this one, there's not many left-handers on the planet going to hit that pitch. They just have to make a choice. You either lay off or you strike out because there is no in between. At 89 out of the zone and low, you have no chance.
Wipeout pitch for Rodon, his 4th strikeout. And by the way, if you're wondering how you could win the prize, we'll play Sox Math this inning. First correct answer tweeted in with the hashtag Sox Math wins a prize from our prize shelf. And you're talking about Gene Honda. The best compliment I think you can give a PA announcer is that he sounds like he's just a part of the stadium. And that's the case with Gene Honda. He just sounds like he's in the bricks here at U.S. Cellular Field. One of the best.
Yeah, it's just, he's got a magnificent voice. I would love to have even some of it, like half the voice. Maybe pronounce every other word in that voice.
Yeah, that would be a little odd.
Yeah, but, I mean, to have Gene Honda's voice.
For even half the time. I think our plate umpire, Tony Randazzo, might have gotten a hit with that baseball in the upper thigh. 1-1. And fouled away. Ball and 2 strikes. And free t-shirt Thursday coming up with the Milkman t-shirt. Those are nice. That's a Milkman emoji, by the way.
I was going to say that's one of the better looking of the t-shirts that we have. And there's a young man who is absolutely ecstatic, and he'll be a lot happier with a different baseball cap, but
slightly
happy
misguided
for the moment.
Youngster. Rollins at shortstop, goes deep for it, and out number 2. Here is your Sox Math question for the night. Take the number of wins Chris Sale has this season, multiply the number of wins the Sox have against the AL West this year, add the number of pinwheels on the main U.S. Cellular Field scoreboard, and subtract the number of consecutive games with a hit Robin Ventura posted to set an NCAA record as an Oklahoma State Cowboy. That's your hashtag Sox Math question. First correct answer with the hashtag on Twitter wins a prize tonight from our prize shelf. And with 2 out, there's a ball low to Tyler White.
We do have a little intrigue as it pertains to the prize shelf because there is one constant who is missing tonight, and we'll fill you in as soon as we get a little more information on it. That's called a tease, by the way.
And there is something missing. Thank you for bringing my attention to that.
You know,
we need somebody from Chicago's finest to get on the case for us.
we just had one up here, as a matter of fact.
Check swing. He did go 2-1 on White, who struck out looking in the 2nd inning.
Actually, the guy that they thought was going to secure the job this year was A.J. Reed. And last year, he hit 34 home runs, leading the minor leagues. But it didn't work out that way. And sometimes you expect a guy to have a good spring training or to take over a position that you believe he's ready for, only to find out that he's not. And White hit his way onto the ball club, and here he is.
3-2 to the major league rookie, Tyler White. Castro would be next.
The man who drove in the only run of the ball game.
RBI single, 2 out in the 2nd inning. Tyler White not only is in his first major league season, he had his first AA or AAA seasons last year. It was A ball and below before last year.
Well, he can hit them. And usually you can find a spot. I know right-handers especially just absolutely love to hit Minute Maid because of the Crawford boxes, which seemed pretty much right on top of you. Maybe even more friendly than the Green Monster because it's a lower wall.
Hit well to left field. Melky Cabrera going back, looking up. It just clears the wall, and Tyler White shows the power. It's 2-0 Houston.
Sixth home run, 17th driven in. That time he got one up and away. That's really not a great hitter's pitch, but he shows you how strong he is. Here's the difference. Yonder Navarro wants this ball knee-high on the inner portion of the plate. Carlos misses with his spot, and White doesn't miss.
Well, the Astros, as we told you, not the world's greatest batting average team, but they can hit the long ball. That's number 49 on the year. They were tied for 6th in the majors coming in. And another 2-out run against Carlos Rodon, Steve.
We talked about it last inning. We'll talk about it again. It happened, and it's happened a lot to him. 2 outs, nobody on, and I don't know if you breathe a sigh of relief or exactly what goes through a young pitcher's mind as the appeal to Tom Hallion. He said he did swing. But sometimes you get the first 2 outs, you make some good pitches, and all of a sudden you think, well, you're most of the way out of the inning, and so you fanned, in this case, White the last time, only to make a mistake in location.
Got him there, strike 3 for Castro. But the Astros are back on the board. They double their lead as Tyler White takes a swig, and a 2-0 Astros advantage.
Robin, by logging on to WGNTV.com and click on the WGN Sports Game Zone banner for the latest stats and information. Sox Game Zone is powered by Dodd Camera, family owned for 125 years, handling all your photographic needs. Dodd Camera, where the focus is on you.
On us. Focus right now is on a base runner for the Sox. They've been retired 9 up, 9 down by Dallas Keuchel, who pours in a strike to Adam Eaton. You're the 4th.
Adams had pretty good luck over the course of this head-to-head matchup with Keuchel, and he hit the ball well the first time out.
Adam currently more aerodynamic after a trip to the barber in New York. The beard has been thinned.
A nice article today in the Sun-Times about Adam. Talked about the start to this year, his career aspirations.
Correa at short has out number 1. Here's your answer for Sox math. Number of wins, Chris Sale is 8. 9 wins against the AL West. That's 72 if you multiply it. There are 7 pinwheels. You can spell home run with it and subtract 58. The NCAA D1 long hit streak still, and the winner is J. Neer 15 for the victory. Your defending Sox man, champion J. Neer 15. Thanks for playing.
I thought that perhaps the number of pinwheels up on the scoreboard might be a little bit of trickery on your part, you little devil.
Well, you can't Google the pinwheels. I mean,
well, that's exactly right. That's why I thought perhaps, but it was not to be. They got that rather quickly.
I guess you could Google a picture of it, but I mean, that you got to do that pretty quickly now. So 2 strikes on Rollins, who flied out to center in the first inning. A lot of stuff going on around Major League Baseball. Rougned Odor's suspension came down. It is 8 games. You very successfully left Arlington without catching a right hook, which was well done by you.
That was one of the few baseball brawls that actually had some punches thrown, and it's going to cost a whole lot of guys some games. I wasn't surprised, by the way, at the 8 games. I was maybe a little surprised it wasn't a touch more. But I think it's equitable, and we'll see if the appeal goes on as you look at strike 3. A good changeup. This one drifts along and away. But I don't think you can allow punches to be thrown. The one thing that I did see in the moments preceding the brawl was a late slide on the part of Bautista. I mean, that was a late slide. And then Odor went and seemingly tried to get him with the throw. So we'll see, and hopefully that will be the end of it.
1-1 for Abreu, who homered off of Dallas Keuchel last year in a Sox win for Carlos Rodon in June against Keuchel.
Here's a change. Let's see if he can wait back for it.
He does, and he slugs it to center field. Way back there, and gone!
Jose's always had luck against Dallas Keuchel, and this time it was a mistake that all pitchers using a changeup can relate to, and that is, instead of pulling it down, you leave it up high. And Jose kept his hands back, kept his weight back, and hit his 6th home run of the year, driving in his 25th run. Take another look. Look at the location. It's up there in the eyes, and Jose hits it a mile.
So that breaks up the perfect game, the no-hitter and the shutout all in one swing, and it's a 2-1 game as Avi Garcia looks at strike 1, and with that home run, another generous donation from the Alex Stelius family in loving memory of Ursula.
Sox came in playing .667 baseball here at U.S. Cellular Field, 10-5.
Avi inside outs it to right field. He's now 4 for 11 career against Keuchel, and the Sox trying to build a 2-out rally.
This ball is inside. It's an inside-out swing, and he's able to just drop it over the head of Altuve. So the inning stays alive, and Melky, who's also had good luck against Keuchel over the course of his career, with a chance to get the Sox at least a tie.
Well, you've talked about how important it is for Melky Cabrera to drive in runs, and he's got so far this year 14 of them, but he has been such a tough strikeout. He's only swinging and missing about 11% of the time, which is 8th best of all qualifiers in Major League Baseball. Normally you don't see that.
No,
Big RBI guy.
And there was a faction of sabermetrics that said an out is an out, whether it's a strikeout or whatever you have it. But to me, an out isn't an out in the concept that if you put the ball in play anywhere, you allow the other team to make a mistake. And very few good things will come of a strikeout unless, of course, he throws it in the dirt and you realize somehow that the catcher is not going to catch it, so you swing and wind up at first base. That doesn't happen. But put the pressure on defenses, and eventually they're going to make some mistakes and open the door for you.
Third base, Marwin Gonzalez over to Altuve, and that'll do it for the Sox in the 4th inning. But they are on the board thanks to Jose Abreu with a home run. It is 2-1 after 4. Ball low starts the 5th inning as Marisnick stands in. Then Altuve and Springer. If anyone reaches no double play, Correa will bat. Popped up right side. Brett Lawrie is there, 1 down.
The 5th inning is brought to you by Fifth Third Bank, the curious bank.
Happy anniversary to you, by the way.
Thank you. What the anniversary of what exactly?
1939, the first ever televised baseball game. This day.
Wow.
Princeton beat Columbia in Ivy League action.
They probably at that time hadn't invented announcers for the game, however.
Jim Angio directed it.
I think he did a splendid job, too. That center field camera was brilliant that day.
Ready one, take one. Continue to take one. 2-0 on Altuve, who's lined out to short and struck out so far. Rodon couldn't pick it. Lawrie keeps it on the infield. No play on the very speedy Jose Altuve, who has hit number 5 tonight for the Astros.
He doesn't wait around too long in and at bat to swing the bat, although this year, somewhat surprisingly, he's actually started to walk a few more times, which is unusual for him as Brett makes a good stop of this one. But the only thing you can do after catching that ball with a guy who can run like Altuve is get in trouble. It's best to just hold on to it, and he's only 15 out of 16 this year in stolen bases, so it's not like he's a great base runner.
He is pretty much the best base runner in Major League Baseball. Strike to Springer.
There's a few ways to hold a good base runner. One is to vary your times in holding the baseball. The other, somewhat surprisingly, is not show him your best move for a while. Of course, that wears a little thin if you have a base stealer with the ability of Altuve. Having an animated conversation with Jose Abreu.
Fouled away right side, 1-2 on Springer. Altuve now a 9-game hit streak.
So early in this particular confrontation of pitcher trying to hold down a base stealer, he's had Altuve moving back toward first base when he's delivered the ball home because he has not made a move yet. And so George Springer is starting to heat it up, his 5-game hitting streak. Those are pretty stout numbers. Springer came out of their minor league system as a guy touted as having all kinds of ability. He's an excellent right fielder, and he has a plus arm.
And he goes down swinging there at the hand of Rodon. Strikeout number 6 for Carlos. 2 out for Correa.
Good hard slider. That's going to set Carlos apart from a whole lot of other people because it is a consistent wipeout pitch. Something really you can't teach, because at 87 to 89, you just have to have phenomenal arm strength, which he has, and the ability to have some late break, which he does.
Well, there's so much video nowadays, so much you can look at. How much can a great out pitch like that remain a great out pitch over the course of 500 to 1,000 at bats?
As long as he throws it there, it really doesn't matter. You can look at it as long as you want, but it's so deceptive. And what happens with a pitch that hard, with that kind of slider spin on it, is your eye identifies fastball. You see it in a certain spot, which in this case is just a little above the knee. You go out to get it thinking fastball, and then the ball just disappears because it comes in as a slider. But a guy normally doesn't have that great eyesight to be able to pick up that tight a spin until it's too late.
Ball and a strike on Correa. Altuve at first. Got away from him. 2 balls and a strike. Both Astros runs tonight have come with 2 out.
Because you just as soon not lead off with Evan Gattis, this is an ideal running situation for Altuve. Worst case scenario, if you gun him down, you lead off with Correa. Let's see what A.J. Hinch has in mind.
He's holding here now, 2-2. Rodon to Correa.
Well, that time he had to hold because that was as close to a quick pitch as he's had. He really varied his timing, and that's what we talked about. So there's a look at Evan Gattis, who had a base hit last time. Now we'll see what's on the mind of Altuve.
He was late into his lead that time, and with the pitch coming, was hopping back to first base.
Doesn't seem, at least for the moment, to be reading Rodon very well, but no idea of running. So pitch number 81 on the way to Correa. Trying to nail down this 5th inning, keep the deficit to 2-1, and turn it over to the offense, which will be the bottom part of the order.
2-2. Fouled off again. Correa played most of last year as the youngest position player in Major League Baseball. He was the youngest regular, age 21 now, the AL Rookie of the Year last year. Three and 2.
Some of these numbers: 22 home runs, 68 driven in, 22 doubles, stole 14 in just 99 games. Penciled out over a full season. Those are prolific numbers.
Swatted to left center. Austin Jackson dropped it. He was on it and couldn't put it away.
would think it would be E8, and apparently that's exactly how they're going to score it. So 2 errors this inning. Comes across, and the ball just pops out of his glove. The fortunate part is that it was hit so hard that Altuve, even though he was running on the pitch, couldn't score. Occasionally what will happen to outfielders, I believe, happened to Austin Jackson. He got the glove up, and it appeared that the glove actually shielded his eyes from the line drive.
So Don Cooper out of the dugout to talk to his young left-hander out of North Carolina State. This is the second error of the day for the Sox, who made 2 errors on Sunday in New York, and those are the first 2 errors in the month of May for this team. So it's very rare for a pitcher to have to throw over an error, but it's happened recently, the past couple. You've been there. How do you doing? What's your best mindset?
You completely put what happened before out of your mind and what you're thinking about, and that's why Don Cooper went out there. He realizes you got a young pitcher. All he went over with him is the game plan against Evan Gattis. Exactly what the advanced scout said. This is what we want to do. If you do it, you'll get him. And you always leave him, regardless of veteran, rookie, whoever it is, you always leave him with a positive thought. And I'm sure when Don went out there, he didn't even mention what happened in center field. He just said, this is the way we're going to get him. You throw him that way, and we will get him.
Correa at first, Altuve at third. And a ball and a strike on Gattis, who entered tonight hitting just .203. He's had a stint with AA Corpus Christi to regather himself as a catcher. Two and one.
That changeup was upstairs, very similar to the one that Keuchel threw that left the ballpark. So if you're going to throw it, you got to keep it down. And it's another changeup here, and he's going to try to keep it down.
3-1, and Navarro just saved a run. Although Correa makes his way to second base.
And he's going to get a stolen base on that because he was running. But a nice job by Deanner as he shifts to his left. Make sure this one doesn't get by. And that's a tough pitch to handle. So now they walk Gattis and get the lefty-lefty matchup with Colby Rasmus.
Intentional ball for the first walk of the game for either pitcher. Join the Chicago White Sox for Weather Day, presented by WGN-TV on May 25th at U.S. Cellular Field. And prior to the game, meteorologist Tom Skilling hosts a special on-field program which will include weather experiments and a video presentation. For more information and to purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/WGN. Nobody's slicker than Tom when it comes to weather.
The man loves the weather. There's no two ways about it.
So now Colby Rasmus, a foul ball, 0-1.
That was a high slider, and Rasmus had a good swing at it.
Bases loaded. Altuve, Correa, and Gattis.
Excellent speed at second and third.
Fastball away, 1 ball, 1 strike.
With the bases loaded over the course of Rasmus' career, he's been very good. 5 grand slams, batting average over 300, and a huge at bat for Carlos Rodon and the Sox.
That first grand slam of 5 for Rasmus came on his birthday back in August of 2010, August 24th. He was the 5th player in Major League history to hit his first career grand slam on his birthday.
That's pretty impressive.
What'd you do on your birthday during your baseball career?
Hopefully I did not pay for dinner.
That's a sign of being surrounded by great people. It's
You actually can't remember that first year.
2-1. Smoked foul.
That time he reached back, tried to get a little something extra on the fastball at 94. But it shows you how quick Rasmus's hands are. The fact that he could get out in front and yank it into the seats, pulling it. So a little pine tar. Last time up, he got him on a great hard slider, 89 miles an hour, low and away. Another one here, and he will get him again. And let's assume it's in the same spot.
2-2, pitch number 93 of Carlos Rodon's night. In the air, left side. Saladino, Cabrera, Saladino over the shoulder. And he finishes the inning for Rodon. Astros leave him loaded, 2-1 after 4.5. Over the White Sox. Thanks for joining us for this Tuesday evening ball game.
Our Mazda replay, it's a terrific play by Tyler Saladino. That ball almost trickled out of the glove. It hit the heel, rolled up to the web. He secured it and out of the inning, leaving the bases loaded and leaving the score at 2-1. So good defensive play. Good job by Carlos of pitching out of that situation and pitching over the air.
The White Sox have got to lead the league in warm embraces. There's a lot of hugging in that dugout this year.
It's a very happy and very emotional and very entertaining dugout. And they've had a lot to be happy about. 10 over, 4.5 game lead.
Carlos Sanchez rocking Adam Eaton after big plays like a small child is possibly the highlight of that so far. The Sox are becoming the Monmouth bench of Major League Baseball. 1-1 for Laurie. Takes low, 2 balls and a strike.
Last time up, Brett hit the ball awfully hard, slicing it away from Springer, who made a good play. And at the time, kept the perfect game in order.
What do you say we try and jinx somebody else's perfect game?
But we don't have to, because there was a perfect game that was being twirled by Chase Anderson at the top of the 6th in Milwaukee against the Cubs, but that has gone away. It remains a no-hitter, but the perfect game is gone.
Laurie to second base, and Altuve doesn't have to move. It was Jose Altuve's statue night here at the Ball Yard. White Sox Charities invites fans to celebrate 25 years of giving with 25 for 25. Donate $25 or more on May 18th and 19th with the chance to win White Sox prizes, including autographed items and experiences. For more information and to participate, visit whitesox.com/Sox25 today. First pitch, hunting Austin Jackson to right center. And Marisnik is on the case for out number 2. That's going to be fun. Coming up, the 25 for 25 to support White Sox charities and some of the great programs that they do. It starts at noon tomorrow. Every hour, if you donate at least $25, you will go into the hopper to win a prize. There are a number of great prizes.
In the last hour that this is being held, there are 25 prizes that will be awarded. You have a possibility to get one of them. The first hour, the first prize is a Chris Sale autographed jersey. And that is quite a prize.
And the best news maybe, and there's a Bo Jackson autographed jersey, an Adam Eaton jersey, a batting practice experience for 2, among others. The funds that you're donating go to Chicago White Sox charities and help contribute to, among other things, the youth baseball program the Sox have put together, which has benefited so many, and a guy that many think is going to be a top 10 draft pick in the MLB draft is June. Corey Ray, who plays for Louisville, came through that program.
And I think it's a wonderful program, and every year it benefits over 100 kids that otherwise wouldn't have a chance to play.
Navarro slams it to left and deep, and it's off the wall. Deoner Navarro down throttles into second. It's a 2-out double for the Sox catcher.
Sometimes when you hit a ball very hard, the ball goes out as a knuckleball. And without a whole lot of spin on it, this ball actually looked like it was going to hook. And didn't. It wound up going over the head of Rasmus. He might not have had a shot anyway, but he just didn't get close to that ball. That ball actually hit the bottom of the wall, and had he gotten back a little more quickly, he might have had it. But again, as a knuckleball goes out there, it's highly unpredictable, as that one was.
Third hit off of Dallas Keuchel. Tyler Saladino now takes a strike.
All 5 of his career home runs have come in this ballpark. So he doesn't hit them all that often, but when he hits them, it's at home.
Fouled away on the ground, 0-2. I was talking to Greg Sparks, the Sox assistant hitting coach for the game, and he said one of the guys that he thinks is putting together some of the best at-bats right now is Saladino, especially late in that road trip.
He's got an opportunity here to tie it up. But again, you have a man at second who doesn't run well, and you've got 3 better than average arms in the outfield.
One and 2 on Saladino. The question is, do you expect a run in this situation, Steve?
Yes, I mean, if I'm the Sox hitters, well, I expect it 12% of the time. If I'm the league average, it's 21%, and if you're Houston pitchers, you give up a run right about league average, 22% of the time.
Runner at second, 2 out. The situation, 1 and 2 on Saladino. How often were you the league average? By the way, if you're the league average, you said.
Yes.
How often were you league average?
Like an average amount of time.
Okay.
Here and there. Didn't really stand out, but wasn't all that bad.
We have a Steve Stone bell curve that we'll have on the prize shelf coming up later this homestand. 3 and 2 for Saladino with Navarro at second.
Nice eye that time because Keuchel changed eye levels. He had everything down in the at-bat until he went upstairs and tried to throw the fastball by him. Adam Eaton waiting patiently in the on-deck circle if Tyler can keep it alive.
Astros have led since the top of the second inning. 3 and 2 for Saladino. Right field, well hit, and over the head of Springer to tie the game. Navarro scores. Saladino evens the score at 2.
Back-to-back doubles. RBI number 7. And the 4th of 4 hits tonight. Turns into gold for Tyler. He had a patient at bat. took some close pitches, finally getting one down in the zone. The whole outfield, that entire at bat, was playing fairly shallow against a guy with some pretty good pop. And although Springer is a good outfielder, you couldn't get to that line drive rocket. And just like that, we've got ourselves a brand new ball game.
First double of the year for Saladino. Levels it with the Astros, and now Eaton, who's been a fantastic contact hitter this year, goes against Dallas Keuchel. Ball one.
There was a break because that one had the top part of the zone, it appeared, and the outfield playing a couple of steps as an off-field hitter. Last 10 games, Adam Eaton, as he's done all year, has done it very well.
Ball to strike on Eaton. Saladino at second, 2 out. Fisted over, short and down. Saladino speeds home, and it's 3-2 Sox in the 5th.
Another clutch hit for Adam Eaton. And with 2 outs and nobody on against the defending Cy Young Award winner, a double, a single, and the first lead of the night for the Sox as Adam Eaton takes this one inside with an inside-out swing. It's a fastball. He drives in run number 13. 3 straight hits. And the Sox go on top. Saladino with 2 outs. No reason to look back. He scores easily.
How about the season Adam Eaton has had?
It's absolutely been remarkable in every aspect.
One of the best defensive players in Major League Baseball with a WAR over 2. He was the first position player to get to 2 and wins above replacement. Ball low.
We talked about the article about him today, and what he said in that article, he said, look, I will do what's best for the team, and right now Austin Jackson is playing great center field. It's best for the team if I play right, and I'll make the best of it, and as long as it is best for the team, then I will play there. He said, but in my heart, I still feel I'm a center fielder and can do it well enough to eventually do it again. And he pointed to the fact that last year, no debate, was a bad year defensively, but the year before, he was in the finals for a Gold Glove. And he said last year he feels was the aberration, and not 2 years ago and this year.
Outside 3-1. You wonder if this season in right, if he does get the chance to go back to center field at some point, makes him a better center fielder down the road.
I have no doubt that he will be. I think that when he says last year was the aberration, it was, because he was always thought of as a pretty good center fielder. It was just a tough year for him.
Jimmy Rollins gets it to fall in. Eaton to second base, and the Sox have 4 straight hits, all coming with 2 out, nobody on here in the 5th. And here's a guy who provided the muscle earlier.
Our 4th drive of the game with nothing going on, and a perfect game going on for Keuchel. A high changeup cut the lead in half. Hosea's 6th home run, his 25th driven in. And he will take a look once again out at Dallas Keuchel as Brent Strom comes out to have a word.
San Diego Padre, Cleveland Indian, New York Met, Brent Strom.
Left-hand pitcher and had a pretty good career, so as a fellow lefty, he can certainly relate to Dallas Keuchel. What Brent can't relate to is that Cy Young Award. Last year, an enchanted year for Keuchel. This year, quite the same.
He trails for the first time tonight and misses inside for ball one. By the way, Tony Randazzo, the plate umpire, according to Pitch Tracks tonight, has had a fantastic game. He's nailed basically every borderline call. Strike on the inside edge, 1-1.
You know, look, you've got two pitchers that have thrown the ball over the plate. The only walk was the intentional walk to Gaddis. Other than that, that's the only walk of the ball game. Keuchel hasn't walked anybody, and the umpire gets used to calling strikes. He's going to call them, and you will get the close pitches.
Fades inside, 2 balls and a strike on Abreu with Avi Garcia on deck. Frazier, the normal man hitting after Abreu, is out with the flu today. So Avi into the 4th spot for the first time this season. In the dirt, 3 balls and a strike. Now, how do you pitch it? Do you feed him a cookie and see what happens?
No, I would think that just watching what Keuchel has been doing, Jose would be looking for something off speed. Although most hitters will tell you, pick the pitcher's fastest pitch and adjust on down.
Rollins at first, Eaton at second, 3-1 on Abreu. And he bounded it foul, 3-2.
Yeah, he got the slider, and this one just out of the zone, so not a bad pitch at 3-1. It was the off-speed pitch for him, and he got in a good spot.
Runners will be off on 3-2.
Everything down and in so far.
Payoff pitch, 2 down. He got him, strike 3. Close pitch. Keuchel gets the call. 2 left on. Sox take the lead with a pair.
Blog at WGNTV.com, sponsored by Jeff Vukovich, your local Nationwide insurance agent, serving the area for 38 years. To join the nation, visit JeffVuk.com because Nationwide is on your side.
We had a pop-in from Jeff Vukovich during the last homestand to say hello.
I understand that. How's the big guy doing?
A nice gentleman.
And he is a big guy.
We're glad to have him here in the booth. As they say, put a face to a name. Although his face is already on the screen, so we'd done that earlier.
And I, of course, have seen that face live and in person in AZ.
Gonzalez, Adam Eaton, as we learn about postal codes from Steve Stone. One out here in inning number 6. White Sox fans grab Sox seats with the StubHub app. We take the price and location of seats and show you which tickets at StubHub give you the best deal. So get the StubHub app today. Do it. StubHub, the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the Chicago White Sox.
Big inning again for Carlos Rodon. The first inning he's had the lead, and his team has patiently pecked away at a pretty tough pitcher to get him that lead.
Ball 1, that's Dallas Keuchel, the AL Cy Young Award winner last year, who the Sox have toppled so far. 1-0 on White, who was a rarity nowadays. He was a 4-year college player at Western Carolina.
You don't see that very much, and one of the reasons is that the biggest bargaining power you have is after that 3rd year in a pretty good program. Let's say you're in a high-powered program with a good coach and a good staff. You finish your 3rd year with a year of eligibility left, then you get drafted and you have some power, as you see White try to back out of a pitch that had the plate.
It's the second time he's done that today. He struck out on the first one.
And in between, he hit the ball out of the park.
Left field, Melky's back at the warning track, and it's gone again. One more time, just barely clearing the fence, and White ties the game.
Both home runs have at least one thing in common, and that is they were both out away from White. And both of them, you see where Navarro wants it, he wants it inside and down. He gets it outside and down. And White, in the same situation where Navarro wanted the ball in, only to have it thrown away, this one leaves the yard. And bye-bye lead, tied at 3 and 100 pitches.
Call it a shutdown inning where you just scored, you want to get them 1, 2, 3, get it back to the offense. The Astros have stymied that with the White home run. That bat looks like it's going to need to be recycled.
And I think that Castro might have hurt his hand. And you see why White was able to secure a spot out of spring training. Because it was ticketed for A.J. Reed. It didn't work out that way. Reed, a big power prospect, didn't show that power in the spring. White did, and he's shown it here tonight.
You folks are watching the first 2 home run night of Tyler White's major league career, as Castro drove in the other run with a 2-out base hit in the 2nd inning. Two and 2. Castro helped out Rodon.
Castro, a former first-round draft pick, is Zach Putnam loosening in the pen.
Two. He got him downstairs, and Rodon bounces back with his 7th strikeout, 2 away.
Good hard slider, that one out of the zone. And Castro, the 10th pick overall back in 2008 for these Astros, when they were just trying to build a ball club and put it all together.
He's one of those smart kids. He went to Stanford. One strike on Marisnick. In the air, right side. Eaton once again saves the day, rushing in from right field. Astros tie the game, get no more. And it's 3-3 after 5.5 as Adam Eaton once again is on the spot. Joining us tonight, we have ample prizes to give away to you for good tweets or Sox Math wins, and we've had a nice game here so far
we've
tonight.
had a very good ball game. The Sox were down early. They battled their way back to take the lead, only to see it now tied. Carlos has thrown the ball pretty well overall because this is a good hitting Houston team, and Jason, if they've had any problems with anything, it's been their pitching. Yeah, Dallas Keuchel has not been the same guy this year so far. He's been all right tonight, giving up 3 runs and kept him in the game. Yeah, and hopefully the Sox can come back doing what they've done a whole lot, which is scoring late and winning in U.S. Cellular Field. First pitch, ground ball to third. And Avi Garcia is out as Marwin Gonzalez throws him out. One down, time for Sticks and Stone. Once again, our foray through Steve Stone's career. How'd you do against Bob Watson? Well, not real well, because he could take an inside fastball, take it to right field. He hit a home run off me at Candlestick Park. I remember after Norm Miller hit me in the leg with a 1-hopper, which, by the way, tied up the ball game at 1. And I didn't want to come out because it was after 4 2/3 innings. But I can hardly remember back to my confrontations with Bob. You know, my favorite part about you is that you never hold a grudge and you never remain bitter over something from. I always liked Bob, a wonderful man. Eventually became the general manager of the Houston Astros, and actually offered me an assistant general manager position. How about that? So, well, it pained me that I had to turn him down because he did hit the home run against me in Candlestick Park. But yeah, I was going to say the grudge really sounds like it was against yourself that time for wanting to stay in the game. Yeah, I threw him a 2-0 changeup, and I had a terrible changeup, and he hit it out of the park. And I had a terrible changeup. I did. It was just awful. Then why'd you throw? Why do pitchers do that? You got to pitch. It's not very good. Why do you? We believe that it's going to be better this time, and it was. 2-0 on Melky. He's in there for a strike. 2 balls and a strike. But Bob Watson could do what Jose does a lot, and he did it better at the time than anybody in the league. Take the inside pitch, inside out it, and hit it in the hole between first and second. He was very good at that. Correa smooth at shortstop. 2 down. Here are the results. We've tabulated. Polling places are closed. Bob Watson against Steve Stone. Just had 1 home run and a .231 average. You remembered the bad stuff, but he pitched pretty well against you. I do remember that 1 home run. As the trainer came out, talked to me about that 1-hop rocket off my leg, and now I'll stand because I was leading 1-0. You know, I got to pitch 5. Next pitch, no D. Very unhappy. Got the no decision. I was the Jose Quintana of my time zone. Oh, okay. Is that Eastern time? At the time, no, Candlestick Park. Did you
walk him the 6 times afterward because you just didn't want it to happen again, or the walks before that?
There was a lot of confrontations there, so control wasn't that great.
0-2 on Laurie as Nate Jones is throwing for the Sox. Well, to be clear, he's actually drinking instead of throwing, but
I think he's about ready to go at this point. And
ooh, that's strike 3. Laurie didn't like it. And that's all she wrote for the Sox in the 6th. 3-3 tie here at U.S. Cellular Field.
Orthopedic report, and a couple of Yankees are coming back into action. Alex Rodriguez and CC Sabathia. Rodriguez with a sprained right hamstring, Sabathia with a groin problem. And so the injury report is brought to you by Dr. Anthony Romeo Orthopedics. If you have any shoulder or elbow problems, or in this case, any groin or hamstring problems, go to RomeoOrthopedics.com or call 312-432-2342.
Nate Jones is on, and he throws ball 1 to Altuve.
And we'll take a look at how Nate Jones has done through the previous 16, 2-0, ERA .230. And the bullpen has experienced a lull in the 4 of the last 5 games. The Sox have dropped. The bullpen that was red hot and the envy of all of baseball has given up a few, so it's time to keep things in order in this tie game as we head into the 7th.
Altuve takes ball 3. Springer, then Correa after. Nate Jones a deep breath before this 3-0 pitch that Altuve takes for a strike, though he tried to make his 5-6 frame into 5-2.
Normally a home run hitter would look fastball, middle in, try to hit it out, but Altuve with his speed knows that representing the go-ahead run, a walk is okay.
Which he gets. Ball 4 on 5. And a runner on in the tie game of the 7th. Join the free WhiteSox.com Blacklist for exclusive club content all year long, including ticket offers, breaking news, special event invites, and more. Visit WhiteSox.com/blacklist to register today. Now, we're in quite the ringer with Altuve's speed.
One of the things that I never really liked for a base stealer is running on the first pitch, because it's very easy to throw a pitch out. After the first pitch, you pretty much say go, but I assume Altuve is so good that he's got the green light any pitch he wants.
Top base stealer in Major League Baseball so far this year. And time called with a long hold from Jones.
Nate not the quickest to home plate because of that long arm swing. So he's got to hold the ball and try to combat excellent base stealer.
Altuve back. Springer does have 44 strikeouts. We'll see how they handle it. With Altuve at first, nobody out, 7th inning. He holds this time, and it could be 2. Laurie to second, and that's all they'll get. But the good news is Altuve's wiped away.
That gives you some sort of an idea about why George Springer is not an ideal 2-hitter. Because a 2-hitter in back of a base stealer has got to take a pitch or two to allow your base stealer to steal. That pitch was out of the strike zone. And by swinging at it, you took the league's best base stealer and put him on the bench. And Springer, although he's got speed, doesn't have technique at this point. That's the reason why he's stolen a pair, been caught 5 times.
So now it's up to last year's Rookie of the Year, Correa, as Jones goes with the D move over to first.
Out of all the positions in the batting order, the number 2 hitter has the most responsibilities, and there are very few guys who really know how to do it well. And Springer, who's probably a better middle of the order hitter, is hitting in the 2nd spot, but isn't a bona fide number 2. They just don't have one in this lineup.
Who's the 2-hitter that you've seen over the course of time that you think best fits, or one of them?
It's hard to say as I think around the league at this point, but I'll tell you the characteristics of a 2-hitter. You have to be able to take pitches and hit down in the count, which a lot of guys are not happy with. That's number 1. Number 2, you have to be able to hit the ball to the right side, because if you come up with a man at second, nobody out, you got to be able to bunt or push it to the right side to move him along. On a hit and run, you have to be able to be a contact hitter. So there's a lot of things a bona fide number 2 hitter have to do. Sometimes guys just are hitting in the 2nd position.
What about historically? What you saw maybe in the times that you faced somebody.
Okay, years ago, when Lou Brock was making his run to the Hall of Fame, a guy named Teddy Sizemore hit behind him. And Lou would get on first base, maybe draw a walk, a base hit. Sizemore would find a way to get him to second base. And he would do that by allowing Lou just to steal the base, and didn't mind taking sometimes 2, 3, whatever it took pitches to let him steal. And then when he did, many times he would then bunt the ball and get him to third, and now you get a man at third, 1 out, and the Cardinals got a run in the 1st inning. So he was pretty good at it.
Suddenly you raise your odds of getting that guy home significantly. 2-2. Fouled away again by Correa, who's got a homer in his last 2 games. But has been striking out quite a bit, with 8 of them over the past 5 he's played. And the Astros came into this game losing 3 of 4 to the Red Sox after a 7-17 April for the wild card winners last year against the Yankees. Houston then went to the division series. 2-2. Just off the plate. 3-2.
Zach Duke loosening in the pen. Question for AJ Hinch is, do you send Springer? I'm thinking he does.
3-2. There he goes. Pitch is hit back to Jones, and Nate shovels it on to first. 2 down, and the question is, how is Nate Jones?
Well, he's feeling the effects of that one, because that got him without hitting the ground. A high fastball taken right back through the middle. Looks like it got him maybe in the Achilles of his left foot. So he hobbles to it, Gets the out at first base. Looks like it hit him more on the foot than the Achilles.
All right, so the left foot for a right-hand pitcher, where are you going to feel that the most when he's taking his warm-up tosses? What do you think?
I think you'd rather, personally, I think you'd rather get hit off the right foot than the left, because it's your landing foot and all of your weight and all of your momentum have to go onto that left foot when you make a pitch. So to me, that's the worst of the two, but he doesn't have a choice. So he's going to leave the game, and as he does, that's going to mean that Zach Duke is going to have as many pitches as he wants to loosen up. And as he sprints in, we're going to step out. We'll be back after these messages. White Sox checking and an official White Sox debit card, only available at your local Wintrust Community Bank. Go to wintrust.com/White Sox to learn more. Wintrust Community Bank, member FDIC. So Zach Duke comes into the ball game. On for the 23rd time. He's been the busiest man on the club. 14 hits in 15 innings. He's only walked 3 while fanning 15. And he's got a very big, powerful right-hand hitter in Evan Gattis. But then, head-to-head with Colby Rasmus, so it'll be interesting. You got first base open. A left-hander will be in the on-deck circle when Gattis hits. Maybe it'll be one of those inviting him to get himself out. And if he doesn't, you put him at first.
Well, two components to Zach Duke's year. Number one, he's seen many more left-handers than right-handers. But number two, lefties have hit only 229, righties 286. He's been a lefty specialist in 2 ways. He's opposed more lefties, and he's done better against lefties. He does lead the American League in games pitched now at 23.
Normally when you are the situational left-hander in the bullpen, you're going to come in for short periods of time, but they're going to be numerous. So you have to be durable, and he has been. So in a tie ball game, with the go-ahead run out at second base, a recently recalled Evan Gattis will have an opportunity.
Gattis was down in Double-A, and he will be passed. It's going to be the left-hander Colby Rasmus, who so far this year is 3 for 20 against left-handers, and it's not as though A.J. Hinch can make a move. His 3 bats on the bench are left-handed as well.
And normally, I mean, this situation, you wanted to take a look at the foot of Nate Jones, so he comes out. But in a normal situation, you don't like to bring a pitcher in and then have him make the intentional walk before the hitter would want to get out. You just as soon the other pitchers stay in make the intentional walk, bring in your guy to get him out head to head without those 4 pitches wide. But again, because of wanting to take a look at Nate Jones and the line drive, Zach came on and 4 straight bad ones, so he's got 2 on and 2 out.
Colby Rasmus has not seen Zach Duke terribly well in his career. Duke has faced him 14 times, and Rasmus just 2 for 14. Outside, ball 1. Former first-round pick Colby Rasmus in his 2nd year with Houston. Like it was there, 2-0.
That's a pretty good pitch, did not get the call. One of the few. Tony Randazzo has had a discrepancy with the zone.
That's a strike, 2-1. Looking ahead, 1 batter, Marwin Gonzalez, the switch hitter, has been much better from the right-hand side this year than the left-hand side. So 2 on, 2 out, and Gonzalez awaiting. Bunt, third base side. Saladino has to sweep it up, and everybody's safe.
You get a guy with 29 runs batted in who decides with the man in scoring position that he's going to leave it to the next guy. That's a somewhat unusual move. He did, however, get the base hit.
Looked like Saladino might have had an opportunity there,
yeah,
but that back pedal had been tough.
He jumped on it initially, but what he was thinking was with the spin of that ball, maybe it will go foul. It didn't. It would have been a very difficult play to get back on if you came and got the ball, but as it turned out, he wanted to see if it would spin to the foul side. It didn't. So now it'll be Duke against Gonzalez.
So Altuve walked, Springer grounded into the fielder's choice, Correa hit the liner back to Jones, knocked him out of the game, was thrown out at first. Gaddis intentionally walked Rasmus the bunt, bases loaded for Marwin Gonzalez, who's 0 for 3. Downstairs with a breaking ball, 1-0.
Pretty decent speed on the corners. Not much in the middle.
Ball, no strikes. 1-1.
That was a good fastball right in under the hands of Gonzalez.
It's 3 out of 27 with the bases loaded as Putnam gets loose. Duke thinks it over on 1-1. Big chopper. Rollins has to hurry. Got him at first.
I think A.J. Hinch is going to want to take a look at this, but it looked to the naked eye like he had him by an eyelash. And Hinch has got nothing to lose. It's late in the ball game. He has not challenged yet. So you figured he'd take a look at it.
He just mouthed he's out.
Yeah, it looks to me like he was out. Again, the naked eye thought he was beaten by a half step. And he was. He's out at first base. Great play by Jimmy Rollins.
Saves the game right now. Abreu the stretch. And he got him. No need to review it. Stretch time and a 3-3 tie.
around the major leagues.
A lot of double-figure numbers up there with the Orioles losing by 10 to Seattle. Both those teams in a tie in their divisions. Seattle with Texas, Baltimore with Boston, who is trailing at Kansas City, and the Royals have a runner at third and 2 out of the 6th. Twins continue to scuffle. Braves under new management. AAA manager Brian Snitker takes over for Freddie Gonzalez, who learned of his firing via a commercial plane ticket booked for him. That's not good news when they tell you you're going home and the series continues through Thursday.
Yeah, especially when that's the first you've heard of it.
Yeah. Angels, Dodgers, and Giants and Padres just underway in the NL West. The division led by the Giants by a game and a half over the Rockies and the Dodgers.
And let me say a few words about Freddie Gonzalez, who's a terrific guy and a very good manager, put in an untenable situation with Atlanta, who's obviously rebuilding. And look, we all know what happens. The ball club wasn't playing particularly well, and you can't fire the 25 players, all that stuff. But realistically, the Braves unloaded all of Freddie's players and said, here, play with these guys. And Freddie Freeman was not doing much of anything. And so he gets the heave-ho, as was expected. But Freddie's a good man. Will be managing again in the not too distant future.
He was managing a Potemkin Village in Atlanta for most of the season. 3-0. On Jackson. Dallas Keuchel fighting himself early in the home 7th.
The outfield playing a couple of steps toward right center field for Jackson. And 2 men up behind him had back-to-back doubles in the 5th.
At Navarro and Saladino. 3-0 is high. Ball 4. First walk tonight for a very patient 2016 White Sox team. And now we'll see if Robin has something in store with the hit and run, or Austin Jackson possibly green lighted at first. You don't think so?
I think a bit of a tough hit and run situation with Navarro. But we'll see what Robin has in mind. He goes in streaks. There's sometimes when he's very aggressive for seemingly a couple of games, and other times where he just doesn't have the personnel in a certain situation.
Navarro shows bunt.
Yeah, that time he was going to lay it down, and Altuve was sprinting over to first base.
Well, the Sox have scored about 40% of their runs in the 7th inning, so you'd imagine whatever button Robin pushes might turn up roses. There's ball 2, and Navarro now may force Keuchel to throw a strike before offering a bunt.
Castro going out to the mound to talk with him. And this is a guy that had not walked anybody until the Jackson at bat, and now he's throwing 6 straight bad ones. Is Brett Strom on the phone, the bullpen up and going. A.J. Hinch looking over his lineup cards. And you and I in our palatial splendor booth, very well heated, by the way.
Very well heated.
It says 50 degrees up on the scoreboard, maybe a touch cooler down on the field.
Very optimistic. Mercury. That's outside. 3-0 on Navarro, who you'd imagine would be taking here.
He is indeed, as Ken Giles throwing into pen. They had high hopes for that man.
Ball 4 off the glove of Castro. 2 on, nobody out. 8 in a row out of the zone for Keuchel.
This one not even close. Looked like he tried to throw a slider, thinking that he's having trouble getting the fastball over the plate, so he's going to throw his comfort pitch, which is a slider. That one just spun off his fingers. So now you certainly have a bunt situation. And what you would normally say is, well, make the pitcher throw a strike. But with the case of Saladino, who isn't the greatest bunter, he's good, but not the greatest bunter, you want to give him every opportunity, and he wants to bunt it right at Gonzalez.
Who's playing in at third. 2 on, nobody out. Saladino stabs it in the air, foul.
When you drop the head of that bat, your chances of getting the bunt down go from 50% to 0. Watch the head of the bat. He drops the head right there, and dropping the head of the bat, it's fairly difficult to get the bunt down.
Oh and 1. He gets it down right in front of the plate, throw to third, and they cut down Austin Jackson. Castro pounced on it.
Good play by Castro. Bad bunt. And when that one doesn't spin to the grassy area in front of the plate, your chances aren't good. So now we're going to see a pinch runner out of second base for Dioner Navarro, and the lead runner cut down.
Carlos Sanchez on for Navarro, which means Alex Avila will be pressed into action, barring something really bizarre happening at the top of the 8th. Well, that's the danger of the bunt, is if you don't get it down, then you've given the pitcher confidence, and with outs being currency, you take away one of your 3 in the inning.
And Tyler, who had a big double in the 5th, has yet to have a successful sacrifice this year.
Ball 1 for Eaton as the Sox try to reset. 2 on, 1 out, and Keuchel over 100 pitches as you see Saladino and Sanchez. 2-0 to Eaton, who singled home a run back in the 5th to give the Sox a then 3-2 lead.
Rasmus very shallow and over toward the line in left field. Marisnik shallow and over toward left center field. Big gap in right center.
That's low. 3-0. For Nate Jones, we're told bruised left foot, x-rays negative. He is day to day. 2 non-bunters in the inning. Dallas Keuchel has thrown 11 straight balls. Now 12 bases loaded, 1 out in the 7th.
And that's going to be it for Dallas Keuchel. Had not walked anybody till the 7th inning and has walked 3 to load him up. And so as he comes out of this one, we'll step out and be back after these messages. Error. Ken Giles comes on for the 19th time. 0-2. ERA way up there. Opponent's batting average 292. And given up 19 hits in 16 innings, and in those same 16 innings, 4 home runs.
This is an odd situation for Ken Giles in that the last 2 years, he's only been summoned into a game for a total of 18 inherited runners. He usually comes in clean innings. 16 of them last year, 2 this season. Only 1 has scored. So now he comes in and immediately has runners all around.
I think A.J. Hinch, struggling with a bullpen that has not been as good as expected, is looking for some answers. And one of those guys is Giles. So he's got to face Jimmy Rollins as he'll turn around to hit from the left side. Dallas Keuchel is out of the ball game. Jimmy, a very tough year, and the struggles continue tonight.
Jimmy's 1 for 3. He's singled back in the 5th. 0-1. Jimmy Rollins tonight in his 2,219th game ever at shortstop. Now the 7th most in MLB history, breaking a tie this evening with Luke Appling. Strike called, 0-2.
Castro got crossed up, and he's very fortunate that that ball wasn't in the dirt. He was expecting a fastball. He got a curve. And take a look at Castro and how he tries to catch this. Well, that's a bad feeling for a catcher.
Oh, 2. Giles to Rollins, couple of former Phillies, and Ken Giles strikes out Rollins on 3.
That fastball at 99 is Giles last year had a spectacular year. See him just reach back and say, try to hit this one. Goes it right by him. Last year, Giles just was overwhelming at times. 1.80 ERA in 69 appearances, a 6-3 record, and 15 saves. That was pretty good.
Gave up a lot for him, including Vince Velasquez. As Abreu takes up and in, ball 1. Huge spot for Jose. Bases loaded, 2 out, and a tie in the 7th.
Good speed on the base pass all the way around.
Sanchez, the lead run, the pinch runner for Navarro. Strike called, 1-1.
That one might have hooked around the plate. We'll take another look at it. He had a piece of the corner.
Castro didn't catch it cleanly. He was fading into the batter's box.
I mean, that's a late breaking hard curveball.
Ball and a strike. Bases loaded, 2 out. That nearly hit him. 2 balls, 1 strike. We've seen a lot of teams pitch Jose Abreu down and away. The Astros have gone inside tonight.
As you can see with the bases loaded, you could hardly have a better man up. And you're right. I mean, they've decided they were going to go with the fastball and everything else in.
Down and out, 2-2.
You keep that pitch in that particular location, and nobody in any league is going to hit it, because it was a disappearing curveball blown away out of the zone at 84.
Giles to Abreu on 2 balls, 2 strikes. Bases loaded, 2 down, 7th inning. Here it comes. He got him, strike 3. Ken Giles enters with the bases loaded. He leaves with a 3-3 score after 7.
3-3 game. The Astros with one more hit. Sox with two more errors. White, his first career multi-homer game. And Rodon, 6 innings, a quality start, 6 hits, 2 earned runs, a walk, and 7 strikeouts. It's brought to you by Honda. Start something special with a great deal on a Honda. Now it's your Honda dealer. So Zach Putnam comes into the ball game on for the 13th time, 1-0. The game squarely in his hands. His ERA, 3.38. And Alex Avila checks in the game behind the plate. Navarro leaving for a pinch runner.
And the first batter that Putnam will face is Tyler White, who's homered twice already tonight. And here he skies a ball foul. That reaches the stands.
Carlos Sanchez, who came on to pinch run, stays in the game to play third base. Carlos Saladino shifts to shortstop. Jimmy Rollins leaving the game. Outfield very deep all the way around.
Oh, what?
Ooh, that just missed.
Just foul of third.
It was a rocket.
So with the changes, that means Alex Avila is into the 2 spot in the lineup, and Sanchez checks in at 8.
Yep, pinch running for Navarro. That is his spot.
You can update with your red marker at home or your black pen, however you choose to do it.
No, the lineup goes in black, base hits in red, runs batted in green, and the neon orange for runs scored.
We've actually had slight clamoring on Twitter for an orange marker to go on the prize shelf because you're famed for them.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, they will have to live with disappointment. I'm running out of orange markers. Neon orange markers.
Well, you dropped all your pens earlier today. It was
yeah, I know it's
ham-handed.
Yeah, it was a tough day. I lost a step during the weekend off.
1-2 on White, who has struck out and homered twice. Touched foul. Count remains 1-2.
Pretty good splitter, just barely able to stay alive.
Well, the Sox entered play tonight with a 4.5 game lead on Cleveland, and for that to stay, the Sox will have to win this evening because the Indians beat the Reds 13-1. Danny Salazar with the win. The Royals are leading as well, 5-4 in the 7th against Boston. In the dirt, 2-2. Tigers have also won with a victory over the Twins.
Twins slide to 10-28.
Joe Mauer did homer tonight for Minnesota. Miguel Sano with his 7th.
There you look at the standings, up to date.
Up to the minute.
Boys on it.
Mentioned the Sox are the only team that came in to this evening in the American League with a division lead. There were ties in the East and the West. 2-2 for White. He tests the third base line and sneaks it in fair this time. Tyler White's 3rd extra base hit is a double.
After coming very close down the line 2 pitches ago, this time he takes it down the line and hit hard enough where there was no way that Carlos Sanchez could make the play.
And so White comes out for a pinch runner.
The recently recalled Tony Kemp. And he, a lot like Jose Altuve, is a speed burner.
Now, do you bunt here with Castro, or do you let him swing away?
Well, he's a dead pull hitter. He does not have any sacrifices, so I believe his manager will let him swing away unless he knows that he can bunt.
He does swing away and pump it foul. 0-1.
And there's a look at A.J. Hinch. His second managerial stint.
Former Diamondback skipper, now with the Astros. Kemp at second, nobody out. 8th inning. Chances for both teams late in this game. And Putnam wheels to second.
Got to take a couple of looks back to second base, knowing that you have one of the faster men around, just recalled from the minor leagues, carrying the go-ahead run with him.
To first base and foul as the Sox try to stop Kemp from scoring his first major league run as a go-ahead run.
Well, now you do everything you can to get Castro out of the strike zone. You throw that splitter, bury it in the dirt a couple of times, and trust that Alex Avila is going to be able to stop it.
Two strikes from Putnam on Castro. Just low.
It was a good call. That one did not have the zone. We'll take another look. Alex sets up outside. And the pitch just off the corner and low.
One and two. And he got him swinging. Big first out for Putnam.
Went back to the splitter, which is his comfort pitch. And for the third straight time, Castro goes down on strikes.
Well, we said it off the top. The Astros have struck out more than any team in Major League Baseball, and by far, leaving them vulnerable in a spot like this.
That's a huge first out because you leave the batter's box with the go-ahead run still at second.
Now Marisnick, who's 0 for 3 but has made contact each time.
He's just happy to see a left-hander out of there.
0 for 12 against lefties this season for Marisnick as Kemp and Laurie chat about it. Oh and 1 from Putnam. And another glance at second base. If you're looking ahead to the home 8th, it's Avi Garcia, Melky Cabrera, Brett Laurie for the Sox on the way. One strike pitch. Left side and over shortstop. Kemp has to hold at third. So first and third, one out for Altuve.
Well, very much a bit of a break there in that Kemp doesn't want to run into a double play. And he's not sure if this play is going to be made by Saladino. So having to hold up just an instant, the ball hit as hard as it was, and no gamble, putting runners at the corners and only one out.
Robin Ventura out of the dugout. One of the best hitters in Major League Baseball looming, Jose Altuve. And Robin talking it over with Putnam. Defensive discussion here.
Well, he's talking about a couple of different things. One, the possibility that Marisnick is going to run. If he does, what are you going to do with the speed merchant at third base carrying with him the go-ahead run? too. He's talking about the bunt possibilities, but Altuve, their best hitter, has not bunted this year. And so, you know, what you tell people here, Jason, is that play in, not quite all the way in, but not far back enough to be halfway. And then played by ear. He's rounded into 4 double plays this year.
Navarro stabs ball 1 and keeps the pinch runner over at third. Kemp. Avila, I should say, with the stop. Navarro pulled after the last half inning. Third base and foul, 1-1 on Altuve.
If you're just joining us and wondering where Todd Frazier is, he did not start tonight. He might be available to swing the bat late, but he's got the flu, and that has necessitated a couple of different shifts. Tyler Saladino started the game at third. He now has moved to shortstop. Carlos Sanchez has taken over at third after entering the game as a pinch runner.
Three tie in the 8th, 1-1 on Altuve. It's down low, 2 balls and a strike with Springer coming next. Fourth most hits in Major League Baseball, standing at the plate, Jose Altuve. Career .307 hitter entering tonight. Avila in front of it again, 3-1.
That's most likely exactly what Gary Pettis had talked to Kemp about, and that was the fact that you got a guy that throws a splitter on the mound. Take a lead. Doesn't have to be all that big, but make sure your momentum is coming toward the plate and anticipate a pitch in the dirt. And there's a look at longtime major leaguer Gary Pettis with another word for Kemp.
Making his major league debut on the base path for the Astros tonight. 3-1 Altuve and Putnam. Chopped foul, 3-2.
That was a good pitch by Putnam as he just barely caught the outside corner. Altuve talking to Tony Randazzo. He wanted to know if it was a strike, and Randazzo answered in the affirmative.
Three and two on Altuve.
I would think with the infield in as it is, Marisnick would be running.
There he goes. Hit in the air, foul by Altuve.
So what you're hoping for there is a little soft line drive right at one of the infielders. Double playing out of the inning.
White double. He was pulled for a pinch runner. Castro struck out. Marisnick a single. First and third. One out. 3-2 in a tie game. Putnam to Altuve. In the air, center field. Jackson readies for it. Kemp tags and comes home to score his first major league run, giving the Astros a 4-3 eighth inning lead.
Second sacrifice fly of the year, 24th, driven in by Altuve. And in a battling at bat that took 7 pitches, he finally got one he could hit in the air. And he gets the job done. So the man who has walked more than he struck out does what he does best, puts the bat on the ball.
4-3 Astros, who retake the lead with a run in the 6th and a run in the 8th. Sox left the bases loaded in the home 7th. And a throw to first on Marisnick. A lot of chances tonight, especially for the Astros. Sox with a plum opportunity last time up. And the hope is that it's not their last opportunity.
Still 6 outs to go against a bullpen that has been less than overwhelming.
Runners off, throw by Avila is offline, and Marisnick swipes the bag.
Stolen base number 1. And A.J. Hinch decides to send a very fast runner. And this throw right into the runner. The fortunate part was he doesn't pick up the ball right away.
He got hit a couple of times.
Right in the tricep.
2-0 on Springer. Correa is next, and you'd rather not deal with him in a possible big inning. Sox will have 4, 5, and 6 coming up. Garcia, Cabrera, and Laurie in their 8th. 3 balls, no strikes on Springer. There is the young shortstop. Low, ball 4, and the 4th walk tonight for the Astros. 2 on, 2 out, and Correa. I'll tell you what, Steve, we got spoiled as a Sox populace in April with the bullpen and how historically good the bullpen was.
Well, look, it all goes in cycles, and they were in a streak where they were giving up no runs. I mean, you could barely score off any of the guys coming out of the bullpen. And that hasn't been the case over the last week.
And you'd caution anyone who wants to be hypercritical of the bullpen at this point, considering the road trip and whatever it might be, to say, look, this team's not 10 games over without this bullpen and how well it pitched early in the season.
So we've got the newest left-hander, Matt Perk, loosening up in the pen. Former #1 draft pick.
Fouled away by Correa. Well, the Sox had the lead 3-2. Astros were up 2-0. Sox scored 3 unanswered. Now 2 straight for the Astros in a back and forth series opener, with game 2 coming tomorrow. Line to left, Melky is there. Inning over. The Astros get a run on 2 hits. They strand a couple. 4-3 work to do for the Sox. Premium, the #1 online streaming sports service, delivers every out-of-market game live in HD and over 400 supported devices. It includes a free subscription to At-Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.tv for details. It's the #1 live streaming sports service, MLB.tv.
Will Harris comes in the ball game, and the first man he's going to face is Avi, who's 1 for 3.
Harris, the LSU product, throws ball 1.
He's had a good run at it. 0-1 ERA, .51 on for the 18th time. Those are big numbers. Only 2 walks, 16 Ks, and 17 2/3. He's not been the closer, but he has been a pretty good setup man.
Well, the Sox just saw maybe the best core bullpen in the American League. 7, 8, 9 guys in New York as Valbuena comes in at third with Betances, Miller, and Chapman for the Yankees.
Marwin shifts across to play first base, where he's very good defensively.
Garcia takes a strike, 2-1.
Yeah, I'm not sure where the Yankees are going to go with that ball club, because they are an older team. But if they get the lead, you don't want to be the opposition, because those big 3 at the back end are really tough.
2-1. Fouled off, 2-2. A breaking ball that looked like it was going to visit the strike zone.
Yeah, that one hung. Navi called it right back. So David Robertson getting ready in the pen. He would love to be able to nail one down, but that depends on 2 runs or not.
2-2. Garcia checks his swing. And Avi did go around strike 3.
And the appeal to Bellino was not necessarily, as Tony Randazzo just looked at him, pointed at him, and rung him up.
So 1 out for Melky Cabrera, who's bounced out 3 times tonight.
Gets to turn around and hit from the side that he really likes to hit from, and that is the left side. 307 with some pop.
Ball 1.
There's one guy in this Sox lineup who has had a base hit against Harris, and that's Brett Lawrie. He's in the on-deck circle. He's had 2 of them.
Chopper, Harris, 2 down. So the Astros bullpen has retired all 4, it seems, so far. Don't forget, tomorrow Sox and Astros will do it again. 7:10 start time, Central Time, with Doug Fister and Matt Litos, the pitching matchup. Then Chris Sale goes on Thursday for the Sox. 2 out for Lawrie. Up high, ball, no strikes. One and 1 for Brett Lawrie, and the question for the Sox is, do they have that 1 hit still in them? It's been this season, the season of late runs. It's just been a question of who's going to do it.
Well, we'll see if Gregerson comes on to try to nail it down, because he is the man slated to be their closer. He does have the 8 saves, however, his stuff has not been as overwhelming as Harris's has.
Gregerson blew a save Saturday in Boston. He gave up a triple to David Ortiz. Nice pitch, 2-2.
Probably not the first guy to do that.
Uh-huh.
David's having a pretty good year.
He's playing like one of the best 15 players in baseball. What do you say?
Well, it's hard for me to believe that he is actually going to go through with his retirement if he continues to play as he's been playing.
Laurie swings through it in a 1-2-3 inning for Harris. Astros take the lead and protect the lead. To the 9th we go on a Tuesday night.
One-run deficit. He has to get an inning. Last time he threw was the first game against Texas. So on for the 15th time. ERA 1.23. That night against the Rangers, he didn't have any semblance of a curveball, which is very much a rarity for him. This was not a good night. And so now he has every intention of picking it right back up where he left off before that Texas series, when the stuff was pretty good each and every time.
Robertson opposes Evan Gattis, who takes ball number 1. We mentioned earlier Gattis was in Double-A with the Corpus Christi Hooks for about 10 days. Once you're optioned down, unless there's an injury, you can't come back up, and he was working on his catching. Some good news from the Sox minors this week. Tim Anderson was the International League Player of the Week in Charlotte. Shortstop.
He had some great moments in the spring. Chance to be pretty good. And meanwhile here, 3-0 as you look at Anderson.
.432 average, 3 homers, 6 knocked in. One of the top 3 hitters in terms of total hits in the International League this year. There's good news. 3-1. International League's down a manager now, with Brian Snitker taking over in Atlanta today on an interim basis. Have you ever been an interim anything?
Yeah, an interim student.
You know what? If I could have wagered money, that's
they named me a student and then they just forgot about it, and I was no longer a student.
A month is too long. I knew it was coming. 3-2. Robertson gets a bouncing ball. Saladino awaits. 1 away.
Well, now, you know, every team's scouting department and everybody involved, you know, the draft is coming up in not too distant future, so everybody immersed in that. And it's not only in this country. You have to look at all international aspects, and the Astros have a good one. Oz Campo, director of their international scouting. And everybody seems to be getting younger. Oz is just 32 years old.
Wow.
I believe that's what, are you in the neighborhood of that?
You're right there, yeah.
Well, there you
Rapping
go.
on the door of 32.
Well, if we can send you overseas, you might be one of those guys.
Trying to put me in a glass bottle with some letter all season long. Right into the shift. Morey for out number 2. Here's Marwin Gonzalez. Did you have a slider when you played? Were you just a curveball changeup guy? Because you can slide in and out of a conversation with the best of them.
No, I actually I did come up with one because you can't be a two-pitch pitcher. I think it's really tough. I think at times the man who started tonight, Carlos Rodon, is finding out that it's a little more difficult, and he's going to get that changeup. I never had that, but I did come up with a slider.
I was going to say, you had that heinous changeup that you threw to Bob Watson.
Right.
It golfed out of the yard.
Never to throw one again.
Strike 1 on Gonzalez, who is 0 for 4. The Stros bullpen is up and loosening.
And there is the aforementioned Luke Gregerson, who has 8 saves.
One strike. Breaking ball outside. That's better snap.
Yeah, that,
on the breaking
yeah,
ball.
that was a good one. Even though he didn't hit with it, it was late breaking.
Two and one. Sox will have Austin Jackson, Carlos Sanchez, and Tyler Saladino scheduled up. Then Eaton and Alex Avila. 2 and 1. He goes fishing for the inside corner and nails it. 2 and 2.
That was a good pitch. That had the life on it of the Robertson fastball the first 5 weeks. Shaving off the inside corner.
Two. That is strike 3. It pinballs back to Avila, and that will do it. Bottom 9, Sox need 1 to tie, 2 to win.
Look at some defensive gems tonight. Saladino with a very good play. Adam Eaton, a sliding grab to get out of the inning. And a terrific play by Jimmy Rollins also to get out of a bases loaded jam. Speed Replay is brought to you by Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. And we've got a new pitcher coming in the game, and it is their closer, Luke Gregerson. On for the 17th time, 8 for 10 in save situations. Last year he saved 31. Pretty good year overall. He is not an overpowering closer, but as you can see, he's kept the ball in the ballpark, which for a closer is a very good attribute.
He is a local guy out of Morton High School in Berwyn. He was a Mustang, and he faces Austin Jackson, who's the tying run, and takes strike one. Austin walked, part of a 3-walk inning for the Sox in the 7th. Jackson inside outs at right center field and down. He's gunning it for 2. Jackson is in there, sliding a leadoff double.
Good hustle by Austin Jackson, and even though Marisnick has a good arm and is fast, Austin, with the play right in front of him, realized that he was going away from the throw. Marisnick does a nice job. This looked like it was going to get to the wall. He's able to cut it off. And then Jackson with a hustle double, representing the tying run. Marisnick just could not stop himself. He took probably 5 extra steps, and Austin Jackson knew that that would produce a bad throw.
So now Carlos Sanchez, who came in as a pinch runner. Defense is in at the corners. Do you bunt here?
I don't. But we'll see what Robin has in mind. You got Saladino in the on-deck circle. Does have a big double that drove in a run in the 5th. And then Adam Eaton.
Sanchez lays down the bunt, third base side and foul. Remember, Carlos Sanchez's lone hit so far this year was a pinch hit double in Baltimore that spurred a rally for the Sox.
Remember, that one was pulled down the line in right field. There's a look at Robin, his hitting coach, Scott Steverson to his right. Keep a close eye on Correa because pretty easy, and he's close to sneaking behind Jackson at second.
Sanchez shows bunt, 0-1, downstairs, 1 ball, 1 strike. The idea behind the bunt would be get him to third and you have a productive out available. The idea behind not bunting would be you don't give away an out.
Right, and if you do make a successful bunt, then you force him to bring the infield in at all 4 positions.
Which stresses the defense as well. Ball and a strike on Sanchez. Jackson at second. Third base side on the bunt, and it's a good one. Nobody home at first. 2 on, nobody out.
I'm not exactly sure what Jose Altuve was doing, because he came to the bag, which was the right thing to do. And then he was standing a good 10 feet in back of the bag, so it goes as a base hit. And we'll watch it again. This is just, Altuve comes over. He does the right thing. He comes to first base. That part is good. Now he can't believe that this throw is going any other place but to first base.
Why would he be there?
I have no idea, and I don't think he has any idea.
That is a wild play.
Well, look, it's just a brain cramp, and it could open the door for a loss. So you got runners at the corners and nobody out.
Saladino, the batter. First and third. Jackson at third, Sanchez at first. Gregerson, strike 1. Productive out would tie the game. 0-1. In the air, center field. Jackson tags. He comes home, and we are tied in the 9th inning.
Second run batted in for Tyler Saladino. He's now driven in 8. Even with the bad play at first base, the run would have scored anyway, as Saladino with a sacrifice fly. And once again, the Sox have come back in a ball game to tie it late. Now, the only thing that's left is to win it late.
Third blown save for Gregerson. Adam Eaton, left field and deep. Rasmus back at the wall. He brings it in.
Well, that one went a long way, and Rasmus, with no feet to spare, hauls it in. And Sanchez, who had rounded second base, had to retouch and head back to first, as Gregerson almost throws his first home run of the year. Eaton gives it a long ride, bidding for his third home run. Just short.
On a night when the Astros got 2 runs on balls that just barely cleared the left field fence, the Sox come feet away from winning it.
And a nice retouch by Carlos Sanchez, as he was 1 step around the bag. He had to retouch and head back to first.
2 out. Sanchez at first. You think about sending him here? Think about letting him run?
Interesting thought. He's not one of your faster base stealers, but he can steal bases. I would leave him there and hope that Alex could hit one in the gap.
Astros are playing deep in the outfield.
The Astros have been pretty good behind the plate this year, throwing out would-be base stealers.
That's through the right side. Sanchez turns around second, and Carlos Sanchez into third. First and third, 2 out. Hello, Jose Abreu.
By the way, one more advantage to keeping Sanchez there. Instead of sending him, if he does steal, the right side is not open. So, although it's after the fact, that's one of the considerations when you think about it, as Gregerson having some problems getting out of the 9th inning, and Avila, who came in after Navarro was lifted for a pinch runner, comes through with a base hit. So runners at the corners, and Jose Abreu, who homered earlier and drove in his 25th run with a chance to win it.
He's got 4 game-winning RBIs this year. Strike 1.
Gregerson has 2 wild pitches.
Sanchez the winning run. Strike 2.
And this is where you look for a pitch in the dirt. And if it gets even as far away as the grass area, if you're coming forward with a good secondary lead, you should be able to score from third.
Two strikes on Abreu. Gregerson ready. Tie game. And that does stay in the vicinity. Castro rescues it.
That was a good stop by Castro, because that ball was sweeping way wide of the plate. He was just barely able to get down and make sure the ball doesn't get away. It flips out of the glove, but nobody can advance.
Sox tied it in the inning. Todd Frazier is in the on-deck circle. Ground ball Third base, Valbuena got him. Chancy for a moment. Sox strand 2. Let's play extras tonight in the 4-4 tie. Sox are playing their 3rd extra inning game of the season. The Astros are in their 5th in their last 21 games, so they just don't like leaving the ball yard. And they won't in 9 tonight as the Sox score 1 in the 9th on a Saladino sac fly, and off we go to the 10th as Luis Valbuena bats against David Robertson.
Valbuena had a nice year last year, and he's got some surprising power to the opposite field. That's why in Houston the Crawford boxes are perfect for him. He can just flip it out in left field.
Outside to Valbuena.
Infield shifting. You got Saladino playing him up the middle.
Hacked foul by Valbuena, 1-1. The former Cub and Cleveland Indian and Seattle Mariner, among others.
And last year he had 25 home runs, which is a big number for an infielder in 132 games.
1-2.
Robertson came out for a very impressive 9th. 1, 2, 3, 2 ground balls and a strikeout. And this was a spot occupied by White, who had a couple of home runs and a double and scored 3 times.
Robertson gets a swinging strike 3. Down goes Valbuena.
Good curveball. This one biting low and in. This and the stuff that David Robertson is throwing tonight is more representative of what we've seen all year than the last time out against Texas. And because he's had 8 days of rest, he should easily be able to go 2.
3 left after him in the Sox bullpen. Ball 1 inside to Castro, who struck out 3 straight times after a 2nd inning RBI single. Ball fades inside. 2 balls and no strikes. Todd Frazier was in the on-deck circle with the Abreu up. And we will see if he enters this game at some point. Got inside on Castro. Robertson, nice job. And 2 out.
That last pitch was so reminiscent of the man that David Robertson spent a long time behind in New York, and that was Mariano Rivera. Look at the cut as this ball just moves inside. That's exactly what Rivera did in pitching his way to the Hall of Fame, which was take a left-hander pretty much out of the equation by cutting the ball right in on his hands.
Breaking ball low, 1-0. Just by sitting there and watching, got to be able to pick something up.
Well, that's one of the reasons why each and every one of his fastballs moves like a cutter.
Well hit to right field. Eaton backpedaling and makes the catch. 1-2-3 inning. David Robertson has faced 6, and they've all gone by the wayside. Sox need 1 to win in the 10th.
Pitcher in a 4-4 game as we move to the bottom of the 10th inning, and it's the most unusual motion of Pat Neshek. Comes on for the 17th time. His ERA a touch over 3. On his batting average a paltry 125. However, when they have made contact, it leaves the yard. 3 home runs allowed in 11 2/3 innings.
Well, for his career, righties have hit just 183. Lefties much better than that at 235. And the slugging percentage 100 points better for left-handers, as you might expect. With
and
that.
Melky in the on-deck circle, so he'll have the advantage of coming up from the left side.
So Gregerson blows the save. Neshek is on. And Avi Garcia takes ball number 1.
What you have to hope with Neshek is that, and when he dips down from the side, he leaves that ball over the inner portion. And those are the ones that go out of the ballpark to left center.
Late choice by Garcia, 1-1 to Avi, who's 1 for 4 tonight. Sox still have Todd Frazier and Jerry Sands on the bench after using Avila and Sanchez. 2-1 on Garcia. He just dropped in. The Sox took the lead 3-2 in the 5th. Astros got 1 in the 6th, 1 in the 8th. Sox responded with a sac fly from Saladino in the 9th, and here we are enjoying your company in the 10th. 2-2 for Garcia. You're enjoying their company at home, aren't you?
I am. a delightful night. A little chilly, but a good night and a big win. Would send the folks home happy.
Opener of a 10-game, 9-day homestand. Fouled away, could have been ball 3.
But having gone out and started your swing, Bobby did a nice job of staying alive, because that ball was a good 6-7 inches off the outside corner. One pitch down the middle, very hittable. He swung through it, and the rest outside. That's what he's going to try to do, dropping down from the side.
Bounces short. Correa on the mark. And 1 out.
So really at no time in his career has Pat Neshek ever been used as a full-time closer.
He's out of Butler in Indianapolis by way of Brooklyn Park, Minnesota. Came up through the Twins system, then the Padres, then Oakland for 2 seasons, St. Louis in 14, and now to Houston for his 2nd year. 7 career saves. And a 1-1 count on Melky Cabrera. All it takes is 1 swing.
You'd love to see one left inside, but I would assume that Neshek would stay away, except this is a breaking ball. And he got lucky because that was a slider that did absolutely nothing but stay in the middle of the plate, a little higher than Melky would have liked.
The real question is, if Melky Cabrera won the game and were our player of the game, who would throw things at Melky Cabrera in the post-game interview if he were the interview subject?
You do have a salient point there, or something along those lines.
At least cogent.
And that too.
1-2. Straight fastball fouled away.
Red Laurie in the on-deck circle. And if he can keep it alive, it's Austin Jackson, whose leadoff double last inning led to the tying run.
One and two. Up and out. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Cabrera. Melky just 1 strikeout his last 4 games. He's been a great contact hitter all year. Two and two. Fouled away again.
Pretty much in protection mode. That one too close to take. It was up and away, but he fouled it off. What you have to hope is that Castro decides he's going to fool him with a slider, and he leaves it middle in. See most of the pitches away in this at bat. And there's another one. Shakes it off to the changeup.
Fouled back one more time. Cabrera will see an 8th. Seems like Melky has felt like he's missed a couple already in this at bat. Couple chances to put a hurt on a ball.
One real good pitch, the 4th pitch of the at bat.
On the ground, Valbuena, who's an outstanding defensive third baseman. 2 out. Here's Brett Laurie, who is 0 for 4 with a couple of strikeouts, a fly out to right, and a line out to second. Sox are undefeated in extra innings this year with a home win against the Rangers and a road win against the Rangers. Strike one.
Brett's hit 5 home runs, and what you're thinking about here is hoping that he'll leave one middle in and try to hit it out. There's 2 outs, nobody on. So maybe he'll hang this slider.
Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike.
So after 2 spotless innings for David Robertson, it appears he's going to give way to Matt Albers.
Hey, kick his ass!
1-2 as Neshek pitches Laurie outside.
Yeah, another sweeping slider. That ball well off the plate. Still says 50 degrees on the scoreboard. Tell that to Pat Neshek. He's trying to get the feeling back in his fingers.
Down 2-2. If only he could feel his hand, he might have had more elevation.
That was a changeup, and he throws an interesting one because he literally snaps his head with his hat almost falling off as means of deception with that changeup.
Up and in. Rising fastball at 91. 3-2 on Laurie.
The at-bat continues, and after walking back toward the mound, he looks around at Tony Randazzo and said, "Did he swing?" "No, because if he did, you'd be in the dugout."
Normally, the 3rd strike creates the out. The thing about trains is the train moves, not the station.
I like that. That was good. That was from a league of their own.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. You just, I'll tell you what, just give the lines, I'll give the movie. Or I can give you punchlines and you do the joke.
You know, I think that might turn out poorly for me. Just a guess. 3-2. Fouled away off of Castro.
That got the inside of the thigh. Jason Castro. And for those of you who have ever been a catcher, this is something you never like, but especially late on a cold night.
Oof.
Yeah, that's, as they say, going to leave a mark.
(3-2) for Laurie. Neshek in the zone one more time and fouled off.
Good battle. 9th pitch forthcoming. He's left some in the middle of the plate. And Brett has been able to foul him off.
Three balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. Base is clear. And in the air, foul one more time. Isn't that the rule, by the way? If you go to the 11th inning, people just have to start bringing you food to the booth. I heard something about that being a rule here at US Cellular Field.
Problem being, I think the Bertucci boys are sleeping.
It's late. 3-2. He got him strike 3. Neshek with a walk-off strikeout. He was on the way to the dugout one way or the other. End of the 10th. 4-4.
Following 2 brilliant innings by David Robertson, it's Matt Alberts. He's the 6th of the Sox pitchers tonight, and on for the 18th time. A couple of tough outings in a row. ERA 2.60. Looking for his 2nd win, but he's got the top of the order. 3 tough right-hand hitters in Altuve, Springer, and Correa.
Rick Renteria and Robin Ventura talking it over.
That was a stereo Renteria.
It was, yeah. It's nice. Late at night, just in case people are hard of hearing.
Outfield straightaway, very deep for a guy who has shown some surprising power this year.
Mr. Altuve, whose sacrifice fly in the 8th gave the Astros the lead at 4-3. Good movement, strike 1. From Alberts, the former Astros draft pick in the 23rd round of 2001.
Altuve's only faced him twice. 1 for 2.
Off the corner, 1 ball, 1 strike.
So the last thing you want to do is walk Altuve. He's in a pretty good situation in that he's most likely going to get a good pitch to hit.
Foul of 3rd, 1-2.
He certainly has opened his stance in the last couple of years, allowing him to see the ball a lot better.
Tough pitch to fight off, and he did it.
High fastball, able to stay alive. They talked in the article I was reading today about Altuve, about the launch angle and the reason why he's hitting more home runs, and that he's hitting the ball harder consistently because for whatever reason, it could be the open stance, his exit speed has actually gone up 4 miles an hour from a little over 96 to right around 100 miles an hour exit velocity.
Just off the plate, 2-2.
Fans wanted that, but that wasn't a tough call for Tony Randazzo. As you see, Avila wants it low and away. It's just outside off the corner, and he eases it back into the plate.
2-2. Sox may avoid having Altuve on base, and they do. Laurie to Abreu, 1 down.
Well, Altuve, who's walked more this year, but he's not walking a lot by any stretch of the imagination, expands his zone, swings at one out of the zone, and a harmless ground ball to the right side. Well, that's a big first out.
You're talking about exit velocity, and essentially, once you get up to the 105, 110 miles an hour, you're not guaranteeing a hit, but you're giving yourself a significantly better percentage chance of the thing being a hit.
But that's usually the big guys that get there.
One strike on Springer, who's 0 for 4 and reached on a walk last time. Former UConn Husky who homered off of his ex-roommate in college, Matt Barnes, in that series in Boston. Who was your college roommate?
On the road for baseball was Thurman Munson.
Yeah.
And that was getting to know him was a unique experience. A guy that I think probably was destined for the Hall of Fame, if not for a tragic airplane accident.
Do you remember where you were when you found out?
Yeah, it was in Texas. He had a series with the Rangers. And my father called and told me about it. Yeah, just profoundly sad. He was a great player and a pretty good guy.
1-2. Bouncing ball through. So 1 on, 1 out for Correa.
Got to get by a pretty tough hitter here with a guy who can run at first base. And Springer, as he moves along in his career, is going to become a better base stealer. Right now he's very fast, but he's swiped 2, been caught 5 times.
A throw on Springer. Correa, one of 2 Astros ever to win Rookie of the Year. The other one, Jeff Bagwell, in 1991. Strike called on Correa.
At least by that lead the first time, Springer is serving notice that he's not going anywhere, because he didn't have much of a lead at all and looked like by his setup he had no intention of going. And that could change pitch to pitch.
One strike, 1 out. Fouled off, 0-2. Springer holding again at first.
We will check and see if he starts to ease away on that lead, but the last couple of times not much of a lead and no intention to go at all. But that could certainly change at 0-2.
Another throw to first on Springer.
Outfield very deep, as you would expect. This is a no doubles defense, and all the way around they're just a couple of feet from the track, trying to give themselves the best angle at stopping the ball from going to the wall.
2 strikes from Albers, the former Astro, on Correa, and another throw for Springer. And Avila now goes out. Saladino comes as well, and a little confab for the Sox. Sanchez joins late.
Well, one of the things they're talking about, 0-2 pitch, if in fact Springer is thinking about going or A.J. Hinch is thinking about sending him, the 0-2 pitch is a good pitch to run. So they're wanting to know with Albers how he's going to pitch Correa. That'll determine who's going to cover second base if he does go.
Springer's off, swing and a miss, strike 3, throw to second is not in time. Laurie tried to get the tag down with Springer's hand coming off.
Well, Robin wants to talk about interference after the fact. In other words, he swung, and Robin is saying that he interfered with Avila as he went to throw to second base. Take another look. Correa swings, the ball's inside.
Oh, yeah.
And he falls across the plate, and to me, that's absolutely interference.
Yeah.
Now, we'll have to see what Randazzo has to say. This you can't do. You cannot fall across the plate and hinder a catcher throwing the ball.
And that's textbook interference.
Yeah, I think
he has no right to.
I think Robin has a very good argument here, as does Avila certainly, but it looks like Robin's going to lose this because it's not appealable or reviewable.
Oh, yeah.
He steps across the plate.
Yeah, that's 100% interference.
Yeah, the go-ahead run at second base, it'll go as a stolen base and a strikeout.
That's one of those plays, as you said, not reviewable. Now Gaddis swings through it, 0-1. And that's where the folks who say, well, replay's taking a long time, there are too many reviews on it. You'd like that to be reviewable.
Yeah, well, that one actually would be
easy.
Pretty easy. That wouldn't take too long.
The fear would be there's so much subjectivity from an umpire on a call like that when they're close. You wouldn't want to open it all up to review, but that one is pretty easy as the only lefty in the bullpen, Tony Sipp, gets warm for Houston. Speaking of lefties, here's Dan Jennings.
And Dan Jennings loosening up for Colby Rasmus. He's in the on-deck circle.
0-2. Gaddis, a line drive to left field and gone. A 2-run home run on 2 strikes. And it's 6 for Houston. Robin Ventura will stew over the interference.
That's a big reason why they brought back Evan Gaddis. And the reason they used him as a designated hitter most all of last year. He just reached down. He's very strong. And he hits this one out of the ballpark. 27 home runs last year. And he wasn't a good hitter, but he was very, very dangerous.
4 of the 6 runs for Houston tonight with 2 out. And so 6 for the Astros in the 11th. Sox will have Jackson, Sanchez, and Saladino coming up. Austin Jackson on the move backward, and there is out number 3. But the Astros, with 2 strikes and 2 out, pick up 2 runs against their former mate. It's 6-4, bottom 11 next.
The ball game, and he's going to try to protect the 2-run lead. I remember Sipp from the good years with the Cleveland Indians. He's 0-2 this year, on for the 18th time. He's had an opportunity to save 1 game, and he was unsuccessful. 13 strikeouts and 14 1/3. However, he's given up 4 home runs.
So the Sox trailing by 2 against a guy who's only given up 2 earned in 1 appearance all year. We'll see if Jackson can start it off. Austin Jackson, who scored the tying run in the 9th, takes strike 1. So rarely can you say that a specific call has led to a loss. However, when you have a 4-4 tie and you've got a possible double play, that starts to creep into your mind. Although the argument against would be you put yourself there by being in a close game, and sometimes things happen.
But one of those calls that Tony Randazzo did not see it the way of Robin and probably a whole lot of other people in that dugout.
0-2. Downstairs, a ball and 2 strikes. It'll be interesting to see what he says about it after the game.
Yeah, and I'm sure he will talk about it.
all you can do if you're Robin and Todd Steverson is try and put 2 on the board.
Yeah, however, normally, in normal circumstance, when a man does fall across the plate, they pretty much rule that he interfered with the throw.
1-2 from Sip. Check swing, ball low. 2-2 to Jackson. Leadoff man, bottom 11. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Strike 3, a fastball, 1 away.
Tried with a couple of breaking balls, then went back to the fastball. And that's the big first out.
So Carlos Sanchez, who singled on a bunt back in the 9th for his 2nd hit in the majors this year, will go right-handed against Sip. Sox have led in this game 3-2, albeit briefly, with a 2-run 5th. The Astros got back in a tie with a run in the top of the 6th, then picked up 1 more in the 8th. Sox tied it in the 9th, and here we are after the Gattis 2-run homer. Ball and a strike. Indians did win today. They beat the Reds. So Cleveland currently 4 games back, picking up a half game so far today. That's low, 2-1 on Sanchez. Sanchez punches it to right center, a base hit. Tying run will come up.
2 at-bats, 2 base hits. This time he gets a fastball up on the outer part of the plate and takes it right over Altuve's head.
So now Saladino, who's had an effective night at the plate, he's driven in a couple.
That sacrifice fly in the 9th inning tied it up, and there was a chance for more.
Saladino shows bunt, takes a strike. When Sanchez could score and the Astros wouldn't care.
He was taking a look at Valbuena and hoping he could catch him back and maybe lay one down, but now, well, Valbuena just about even with the bag coming forward.
Cue shot, first base side, and the barricade's up. Gonzalez gets over there, 2 down for Adam Eaton. Sanchez to second. Well, the big play in this game so far is in the top of this inning with a possible interference call on Carlos Correa, who struck out. Springer was trying to steal second base. No interference was called. Correa spun in front of home plate, was on the plate as Alex Avila tried to throw to second.
Actually, he steps over the plate, and here's the strikeout, and then he just steps over the plate, taking 2 steps to get there. So you see Tony Randazzo giving the safe sign, but
not a lot safe.
No, I'm not sure exactly what then is interference if that's not.
2 down, Eaton the batter. Outside, 1 ball, no strikes. Up and out, 2-0 from Sip to Eaton, who does have some power in that bat. Couple of homers. He's one of the top home run men for the Sox last year.
And you got Alex Avila in the on-deck circle. He had a base hit in the 9th inning.
2-0 from Sip. Eaton fouls it away.
He got his pitch. He got a fastball down the middle. Adam came an eyelash from ending the ball game in the 9th inning. Long drive to left field. Rasmus about a half step from the wall, able to pull it in. He didn't take it back over the fence, but it was right up against the fence.
2-1. Swing and a miss, 2-2. Adam knew it when he swung that he was chasing ball 3. Two balls, 2 strikes. Sanchez at second, 2 out. 6-4 Houston in the 11th. Eaton in the air, right center field, and this ball ticketed for the alleyway. Off the wall, Eaton to second, and he slams on the brakes there. 6-5, tying run at second base, 2 down.
Wise choice by Adam Eaton, realizing he's in scoring position and there's no reason to gamble, so he stays at second. Makes it a 1-run game. And Adam Eaton continues his torrid start. He gets a breaking ball down. This is a good pitch by Sip, but Adam Eaton drives it into the gap. They play him as an off-field hitter. It stays in the ballpark, and I would venture that any other time he probably would have been thinking 3 bases. But representing the tying run, there's no reason, nor should he, make the final out at third base.
Multi-hit game number 17 this year for Adam Eaton.
Second run batted in, 14th of the year. And Alex Avila, if he can reach base in any way, shape, or form, Jose Abreu is up next. Alex representing the winning run.
In a game the Sox led 3-2, then trailed 4-3, then tied in the 9th. Astros got 2 on a home run from Gaddis in the top of the 11th in his first game back from Double-A. And now Avila, who came in for Navarro after Robin Ventura pulled Navarro for a pinch runner. Carlos Sanchez, lefty, 2 down. Tying run at second. Avila sprays it foul.
Well, he got his pitch to hit there, and I'm not sure he's going to see a better one in this at bat, but it's a fastball right down the middle. He had a good swing. He fouled it straight back.
Abreu on deck. 1 strike to Avila. Eaton at second. One last strike for the Sox.
Kind of surprising because Houston does not play Alex Avila as much as a dead pull hitter as most teams. Mel Castro goes out there with one final word for Tony Sip.
So many chances tonight to flip a game and so many pivot points in this game tonight.
Bases loaded, left in the 7th inning after 3 walks. 2 left in the 9th.
0-2. Outside low, ball and 2 strikes. Great speed aboard. 1-2 for Avila. Sip. In the dirt, 2-2.
Good stop by Castro. Is calling a slider. He just drops down and makes sure that one can't get away.
Boy, Abreu on deck with a possible matchup against a lefty. You're licking your fingers at that point. 2-2 on Avila. Sip is ready. Here it comes. Down 3-2.
Good eye by Alex Avila, who is known as a man who will take a pitch. And that ball was off the plate, enticing, but not there. Castro setting up away. His fastball off the corner.
Sip and Avila. Time called.
Now Altuve moves way back into short right field, knowing that Avila doesn't have much speed and knowing he's got to knock down a ground ball.
3-2, 2 down. He got him. And the Astros win the opener. A controversial call in the top of the 11th gives the Astros new life. They win by a thread, 6-5 in 11, and the Sox lose in extras for the first time in 2016. We'll be back to wrap it up after this.